24 gives me life, no other way to start the day. 24 makes it right. We don't care what they say. Carve the place out for us, because no one was a vibe. Finally a show to love. Fuck it, we'll do it live. It's not lonely at the top, 'cause everyone's right here. For us there's no hard stop. Forever in your ear. 24 on 24 gives me life, no other way to start the day. 24 on 24 makes it right. We don't care what they say. Copy me, I know you will. I do it first every time. Your shit is stale, no one cares, but he's gonna shine. I'm just a baby. Your dad loves me more. I say what everyone is thinking. Typical Fall River whore. 24 on 24 gives me life, no other way to start the day. 24 on 24 makes it right. We don't care what they say. No more repos, mama got a bag. I do what I please and do it with ease. Number one show in all the land. Haters listen longer. Everyone say hi to Jim. Let's lock in. It's time to ride. Backboard over everybody. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Love for my besties and bunnies.
Good morning. Hi, Maggie.
Morning. Hi everyone.
That song never gets old.
No, it
It's a good
doesn't.
hype song, but it reminds me of Jess.
I was
And I'm
thinking that
noticing
too.
I'm noticing some comments that we're all missing her a little. I think it's starting to hit us midweek, day 3. So
Yeah, sorry we're late too. That must be, some traumatic stress. Like, is there gonna be 24 on 24? But yeah, I was trying to share my screen and we couldn't get the audio to work and it was just difficult and we were just trying our best to do something like a little bit better today, trying to do a step up, but we didn't quite make the step. I'm just a
exactly.
baby, so
We
sorry,
were
guys.
trying to do some legitimate producer sound tests, audio tests, and I think we figured it out. I think we're good. We're good.
Yeah.
So good morning, everybody. It's good to see you. Good morning, Ben Rosa. I see you in the chat already. Spicy
morning.
Misty, Dr. T, Maggie.
Hello, Italian princess. Oh yeah, I was looking at the beautiful hearts and flowers from Italian Princess. Meow, 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 meow.
I love it. I love it. Let's see. Who else? Deb Martin. Good morning. Running with Scissors. Barb the Cat. Carrie. It's good to see you guys. Good morning.
Mary
Catherine Williams.
Alice. Hi. She is another bestie bunny from court that was at the Miliente trial.
Nice.
So yeah.
Awesome. Awesome. Welcome.
It's so early, but
Checking
thank you for
in
coming, Mary
from-
Alice.
Yeah. Let's see. She says, I have no idea why I'm up this early.
Oh
Me
no, you were
too.
supposed to watch the show. That's why. It was God. It was God.
And actually, I got up a little earlier this morning. I was noticing I need like maybe a little bit more time to prep. It's crazy how early Jess is up and she's hyped, ready to go. And I just need a little bit more time.
Yeah, me too.
Well, it's good to see everybody. I have major FOMO. I haven't been in the chat all week. Have a little bit of FOMO. Celsius done.
Okay.
All
I'm
right.
gonna get on to my second Diet Coke. There we go. Cheers. Do you have another Celsius or are you going?
No. I've told this story before. I used to frequent Monster sugar free. And
Okay.
I used to have like 2. That was my minimum every day. And I knew it wasn't the best choice in terms of like energy drink, even though it was sugar free. And so it was actually Jeff who turned me on to Celsius. I had no idea what it was. Looked at the ingredient list one day and I'm like, I'll try this out, see if I like it. It does a very good job of waking me up, getting me to where I need to be as far as being alert, very similar to how coffee did. But what's interesting is I try and have more than one, and I just can't. It's weird. It's not that I get too crazy. It's just like it's not appetizing after one. It's really strange. I've found like my second one nearly full on my desk before. So yeah, it's interesting that I don't have that desire to drink another one. So usually
I'm kind
after
of the
this,
same way with like social sparklers or whatever, like sweet kind of
that's
drinks
good.
or just
Yeah.
I mean anything besides Diet Coke, really.
Yeah.
No.
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I have a history of addiction with alcohol, 4 years sober. By the way, Melinda's son is also 4 years sober today. So congratulations,
Awesome.
Melinda's son. I just saw that on Facebook. And so I have to sort of, be cognizant of like when I'm maybe, drinking too many sodas or whatever. It could be anything, too many anythings. And I do. After my Celsius, I'll switch to Coke Zero or Sprite Zero. And I mean, at the end of the night, like when I'm on live, you guys probably see me drink 2 while I'm on live, and that's in the evening. So it has to be caffeine free or I'm up all night. But I'm really bad about drinking water. I need to drink more water. Seriously.
I don't feel
My
right
doctor's
if I
not
don't
watching
drink
this.
more water. And honestly, I would like a water subscription box. I love trying waters. Went to Hawaii, had to try like the different like volcanic waters. I mean, that's probably the most boring subscription box idea, probably the most boring thing ever, but I really enjoy trying water and I
Oh,
love
interesting.
water.
I've never heard of that. That does sound interesting.
I feel like SpongeBob inside when he gets all like dehydrated and dried out, like I start to feel that. So most of the
I love
time
it.
I have water and a Diet Coke. Yeah.
That's so funny, Maggie. That's so funny. You know, Kane's gonna make fun of you for that, right?
Oh, that's fine. Just call me by my right name. Just, just
What
the
is he
truth
calling you? What is he calling you?
Oh no, he was just like saying that I don't really know if he's talked about me much, but he was getting me mixed up with Boston Maggie, and I just want the
That's
facts. As
right.
long as
That's
people are
right.
telling the truth about me, like
Yep.
poke fun, like I don't really care.
Right, right. That's funny. Well, I am working on a little bit of a surprise for everybody. I'll say Maggie's in on it as well, but I'm gonna step away and have a brief phone call, and then Maggie, I'm gonna let you. How would you like to start today as far as Clancy coverage, or is there anything you want to touch on um, before we start that? You are leading the show today, by the way.
Yeah, I can lead. I just can't do the audio stuff clearly.
Yeah, I'll share screens and all that good stuff. Yeah.
I'm very like fluid, flexible, like we talked about, as far as the outline or how we want to start things.
Yeah.
I will just kind of chat with the chat for a while if you want to do the
Okay.
phone call.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Sure.
I've got some
Sure.
things.
Okay. Awesome. Maybe well, I was going to say maybe the TikTok thing that we discussed, but that video also will need to be shared, I think.
That's
You know?
okay. We
Okay.
won't worry about
Okay.
it.
Okay. All right. I will go off camera and go on mute and I'll be right back.
Okay, sounds good. So, chat, I'm big. Okay. I wanted to just kind of spend some more time with the chat today, and talk with you guys. Um, we can talk about something pretty heavy if you want, Spicy says. I can't pull up comments, I don't think. But Spicy says that we can talk about something pretty heavy if you want. Please let me know what you mean, Spicy, because I was thinking about something that is pretty heavy and it might be on everybody's mind, which I don't know if we want to do. Do we want to start out with something light or something heavy? What do you think, chat? Okay, yep. Same idea, Spicy. Yep. Oh, Toots says water and Diet Coke all day long. That is great. You're on the right diet, Toots. We've got the idea, I think. So, also I love that name, Toots. Like Toots Magoots. Is that your full name? Yeah, I thought it might be on people's minds, and I didn't know if we wanted to start out with something. Um, that's true, Spicy. She says, well, I think it's a good idea to talk about what the internet will fucking drive someone to. Deb says, I thought Perez might come up. Yeah, so if it's okay, guys, if you don't want to talk about this, please let me know. Fluid, flexible, right? So if you don't know, because it was kind of later last night that it happened, Perez Hilton, if you go on the internet today, you're going to encounter this news. So, ugh, Spicy's probably right. I stay away from X today, frankly, because videos and pictures, they might show up sensitive, like hidden for you. But Perez Hilton, who, if you don't know, is a like blogger, he was actually a gossip blogger like before it was really a thing. He's like a pioneer, perezhilton.com, huge thing. That's not his real name. He is a man, and he's just been covering celebrity gossip forever. A lot of it was mean, but, like, I did like it, and I checked in on his website every day, and, yeah, Italian Princess says trigger warnings. Trigger warning for sure. I'm gonna try to talk about it in a respectful way and in a, like, a warning way. There are pictures mostly, but the video's out there too. I saw it, can't unsee it. I felt like I was gonna throw up. Perez Hilton had a mental breakdown last night. From what I've heard, his children and his elderly mother were not there in the home with him. But he was like, ugh, okay, you know, red stuff all over him in his birthday suit. With, you know, what can I say? With some sort of like butter knife situation, not like a really sharp like a butcher situation, but it looked like it was like serrated, maybe maybe a bread knife, maybe like a small, but anyways, he was doing insane things with it. A large cutting object, yes. Self-harm, making weird sounds and comments and talking about things that someone in psychosis would talk about. And I thought it felt prudent to mention because we've been talking about Lindsay Clancy, and it just seems like right now mental health is something that we need to talk about as a society. We need to talk more about mental health, and especially psychosis is not well understood or accepted. Very much a stigma with that, and I think that might prevent people from getting help. I'm going to look at the chat. Yes, so he apparently recently had sepsis and was hospitalized. Dr. Trey says that. Yeah, apparently he was, and became like really religious as well. He's been talking a lot apparently about Jesus and the Bible. Yeah, Deb says he had a near-death experience not too long ago. Sarah said, I was so relieved to hear that he made it to the hospital. Yeah, there might have been like a standoff situation because he was on TikTok live showing this. It was up live on TikTok for 30 minutes. People have it recorded, but eventually it got cut off. He was making comments about the police too, and wanting his life to end. Candlerland says streets say he was recently in court and lost custody of his 3 kids. Oh, I didn't know that. Kathy, okay. Deb says this is reality. If it's upsetting to you, maybe come back in a bit. Definitely, if this is really upsetting to you guys, come back. I don't see us talking about this for more than 10 minutes tops. But be careful out there on the internet today if you don't want to be triggered. It's something you can't unsee. You just don't want to see it. But I opened X and there it was. He definitely, the police were involved. He definitely is in the hospital. And what I've seen reported is that the children like weren't involved or whatever. I also saw, because I haven't seen the whole video, that some of the comments he made were about his kids, that he was doing it for his kids. So Sarah says it was terrifying. Spicy says it's just a good subject. when the hate mob comes after somebody and they run so hard against that person that it drives them insane. Yeah, who knows? Who knows what like factors contributed? Which Italian Princess says it's just so incredibly sad, terribly sad, praying for his healing and peace. Yes. Yeah. It is really, really sad. Kathy says, why regurgitate X bullshit? Because it's important to a lot of people. And like Cajun is saying, I'd like to read up on this. Not that Haley says, now I'm curious. I'm sorry if you don't want to hear this. That's why I asked the chat if we didn't like want to talk about it. But it fits with this theme right now in the world, in the news cycle, that mental health matters and there's something really wrong with whatever we're doing, whatever society is doing. I think, and I don't want this to come off in an alienating way, but as far as like Lindsay Clancy goes, something I'm noticing is that the people who want her in jail no matter what, which is fine, like you can have that opinion for sure. I feel like maybe they don't like I want to say this in the right words. I'm sorry, because I don't want this to come off hateful, but it's just like I think if you want her to go to jail no matter what because she's a criminal, maybe you're not keeping in mind how far we have come as far as humans understanding the mind. And well, I mean, obviously how much more research has to be done. Obviously, work needs to be done for this because we have people on TikTok live for a half an hour doing horrible, horrible things. And then everyone's sharing it. And that is part of the way, and that's why I think Spicy wanted us to talk about it, why she suggested it's like, that happened last night. It's morning now. You guys should know about it if you don't. So you don't have to investigate it yourself or fall upon it yourself. But I think, hey Moons.
Hello.
I think we are understanding that the brain does weird things for weird reasons, like chemicals, like trauma. And it's something that needs more discussion, research, care spent around it, less stigma. So do you have any thoughts, Moons?
Are we talking about Perez Hilton?
Oh, I can't hear you.
Oh, okay.
Maybe she's not coming back. Amy says, and mental health needs to be talked about. It does no one any good to hide it in a closet. Yeah. There's a lack of care in the world. People need help. Yeah. And I think we can help them. I think we, to some extent, can help Lindsay Clancy, like, be more stable. And, like, she's never going to be the same or a real whole person, I don't think, no matter what. Hi.
Now?
But I think we can help. We can help. You can hear her? I can't hear her. Okay. Oh, that's not good.
Okay. Interesting. We hear her, Maggie. Okay. Interesting.
I don't know what to do. Should I leave and come back in?
Yeah, try that.
Okay.
Try
All
that.
right, guys. I want to read this one comment.
So weird.
Lorelei Snow says, we don't have the resources. Everyone recognizes the need. No one wants or can pay the costs. I hate to say that, but I keep saying this cycle. And that's a really good point.
There you go. There's that comment. Are we talking about Perez Hilton? Mental health in general, I guess? Yes. Yes. Um, there was one thing that I didn't mention yesterday. One of the points of friction, I think, with psychiatric visits is, if you don't have insurance, you can pay cash for these sorts of visits. But I think when you go to a psychiatric visit, the first visit is almost like a full assessment, like sort of like a consultation type visit. And if you pay cash, that could be very near $1,500, $1,000, way more if you need labs. Um, I've even had situations, even just having like commercial insurance. I've tried to reach out to a new practice to establish care, and they've come back and said, we need a $500 deposit or a $700 deposit per patient. So if it was my children, it could be multiple. Then, you're like, what? I have insurance. Why do I need to make a deposit? And it's something about like all of the administrative hours that go in. Oh, I have to add you to the stage. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me? Can
Super.
everyone
Yes.
hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Well, let's get a confirmation from the chat that they can hear both of us,
Yeah.
and we'll be good. But yeah, so I was just sort of talking about additional points of friction that I have found personally when trying to establish care at a new psychiatric practice, that there's so much that goes into, I think, creating like a new patient chart and doing like a full assessment of the patient, reviewing records. I mean, all the things. And sometimes they ask for a deposit. I imagine that, this is a very difficult specialty to work in for, a doctor, a provider. Maybe they encounter a lot of, no-shows or people that schedule and then they cancel. And it's a lot of lost work hours. I don't know. That's just
I think
my
so.
suspicion.
And I
Um,
know that when I was in deep depression, it was like the last thing I wanted to do was go get help, go to the psychiatrist, go to my therapist. Like I did enforce myself because I knew I needed help, but it's like you don't feel like it, you want to lay in bed. So
exactly.
probably
Exactly.
there
It's
are
the
a lot of
last
cancellations.
thing you want to deal with is
Yeah.
the gobs and gobs of paperwork. Now it's digital forms online that you have to fill out before you even see a doctor or before they even schedule your appointment sometimes. Sometimes they have to put you through like a vetting. Like, you think you want to see a psychiatrist. Okay, so fill out all this paperwork and then we're going to call you and we're going to tell you, "Oh, you need to go see someone else." Or we don't treat that here. And it's like a constant just a running around in circles, and I just can't imagine. Like, I'm familiar with this industry because I've worked in it. Like, what about people who have no idea? And if I'm getting frustrated and I'm sort of like so exhausted that I want to quit, you know, like what is someone else thinking and doing? And I don't blame people when they're like, this is the last thing I want to be dealing with. It's so hard to just get the treatment that you think that you need
A lot of
on a
healthcare is like
psychiatric
that too.
level.
Like at this point, because there's so many specialties and it takes a while, like
Yeah.
you were saying, to find like someone who treats, whatever you need treatment for.
Mhm.
Right now I'm
Mhm.
trying to find a ophthalmologist that takes our insurance, is not an hour and a half away, is someone who treats the eye problem that my daughter and I have. And Mary
Mhm.
Alice,
Wow.
I read, and there is surgery. I have a wonky eye, and so I have been told, and the optometrists that we've seen have said the only thing is physical therapy, and you have to pay cash. It's not eye therapy is the only thing, but there is actually surgery, and I would like my wonky eye fixed. So it's hard trying to find a doctor and for that, specific thing.
Yep.
And it's just
Yeah.
that's yeah. Cassidy is saying, unfortunately, insurance is political, and it's like, yeah, like this is a problem. Healthcare is a problem, and mental health care is healthcare. It definitely should be included, and probably is one of the hardest things to secure uh, in
And
your
that's
life.
another thing that is difficult is, when you call your insurance and you say, "Do I have benefits for psychiatric care?" Um, they may ask you questions like, "Is this behavioral health care?" Well, does do, does the general public know the difference between behavioral health care and medical and psychiatric? Like, there's so many different terms, right?
Yeah.
And your insurance is split sometimes by medical services, and then those mental health services might be considered behavioral health care. It is so confusing, and it's just multiple points of friction along the way that I completely understand why people just give up, and they don't even want to try. Um, on a more positive note, I have found that um, primary care physicians, they're a little bit more apt to handle like your anxiety diagnosis, your depression diagnosis. I think once you get past maybe the depression, maybe then they say, okay, we're going to refer you out to a psychiatric doctor, or we're going to refer you out for counseling or therapy or whatever. But I think they are becoming more willing to handle those medications in the primary care
Knowledgeable.
setting. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. I don't know what everyone else is seeing, but I have seen with my last two that they're more willing to handle those. So yeah. Um, Fun fact, I gave Grok our list of baseball players. If you weren't here yesterday at the end, we did our draft and we cut it down. How many did we have at the end?
Okay,
What
this
did
is
we
for
what
a
was the number we
bunny
got down
baseball
to?
team. A bunny
Go ahead
baseball
and
team.
explain it. I probably didn't explain it well.
Yeah, you were like, we did our draft for the army in which you make war water and stuff like that. No, so oh yeah, okay. So we did a draft of good vibes, good aura, good looks, baseball players. We pulled players from the Padres, Yankees, and Rangers. Padres for me, Yankees for Jess, and Moon's team is the Rangers. So yeah, we kind of went through and we said draft him or dump him, and we got through, I mean, probably cut it in like half. We went through probably about 30. Yeah. Probably about 30 baseball players. We're down to 18, and it looks like Moons has put together an AI photo
Well,
of
so
our current team.
I wanted you to take a look at it and tell me if Grok was accurate. Uh, some of these pictures look a little different. So you see, I have 4 here. And you kind of tell me, like, is this accurate? If it's accurate, I'm going to be floored. I don't know. I mean, I would probably have to go through the list one by one by one and look at their pictures again.
Yeah.
What do you think? Does
I
it
don't
look
think it's very accurate. I can't tell who
Okay.
is in the middle.
Okay.
Um,
A
and
catcher.
I guess Grok may not know their height. And then there's like 2
True.
Padres
True.
people that look exactly the same. I'm not sure who that is. So unfortunately, I see some resemblances. Oh my goodness. Is that like a ship in the background? Is that supposed to be like a Navy ship?
I have no idea. Ask
It
Grog.
kind of does. Well, I like the vibes, but should we let everyone in on who it is and kind of the tournament almost? We want to narrow
for it.
down to 10,
Yep.
right?
I think we need to
Okay.
cut 9, 8.
I think we need to cut 8.
Okay.
So right now we have Jazz Chisholm Jr., Fernando Tatis Jr., Jake Cronenworth, Manny Machado. Obviously, we had to have that one. Even though some people didn't like his vibes, he may get cut today.
Yep.
Jackson Merrill, Luis Rengifo, Luis Campusano, Xander Bogaerts, Sun Moon Song, Joe Musgrove. And then from the other teams, I'm not sure of all the first names, but there's Garcia Jr., Spencer, Dominguez, Seager, Nimmo, Carter, Duran, and Nicky Lopez.
Okay. So while you're tied up today, I may go off camera and try and pull those individual pictures based on that list. And we'll go one by one like we did. We'll do our cuts, and then maybe I'll try Grok again, see if he gets it right with less of a list. Maybe he just got overwhelmed.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
Well,
So
Maggie, between you and me, you sort of know the gist of my phone call, and that is a go. So at the end of our stream today, we'll have a little bit of a surprise. I'm shooting for 9 Eastern, but very flexible with that time. So could be a little bit later, but I know you're good as far as time. Just wanted to give you a little bit of a warning.
yeah. Yeah, we could. Candlerland says not into baseball. Spicy says I know zero about baseball. So you really don't need to. It's about vibes, just to be clear. But it's okay if you don't know. Maybe
Yes.
even better if you don't know anything about baseball or know who they are. So, do we want to go through right now and cut the baseball players, or do
Well,
we
I
want to
wanted to
go
grab the pictures again.
grab
Or
the
do you think
pictures?
you're ready? You can do it off the original.
Yeah, you're right. I'll let you grab the
Okay.
pictures.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll just pull those pictures out so that we're not digging through the whole pile again.
So yeah, that is something that we are doing, kind of a fun thing, and we will have a bunny baseball team. It will be the best bunny baseball team in all the land. So please stick around so we can vote all together, have a great draft for the 2026 bunny baseball team.
Yes.
Cut them all and make it the Mets. Miss Peachy Keen, you know that wouldn't work out very well. That's been tried. It's been 2025, 2026. It's not, it's not going well.
Yep.
Okay.
All right.
Clancy.
Maggie, I did not watch the trial yesterday.
Right.
So you are recapping for me just as much as you're recapping for everyone else. I hear it wasn't a super heavy day, like in terms of volume. I don't know. You tell us.
Yeah.
Or was it just not exciting?
It wasn't exciting. A lot of it wasn't useful, relevant per se. Like there was a lot of witnesses. There was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 witnesses. We had an orthopedic, sorry. We had a investigator, we had some forensics people, another MSP, you know, some MSP people, some toxicology that was relevant, but you know, took up some time. It takes time to get through. And then there was blood stains, blood splatter analysis at the end of the day. And it just, you know, the jury will have to weigh the importance of the evidence, but they were showing like the inside of cabinets of the Clancy home, and there was like spices, and you know, I don't really, there was a lot of medicine, which is relevant, but there was also like just irrelevant stuff that the
Okay.
prosecution is
Okay.
bringing up.
Got it.
So
Okay.
yeah. Mary Alice says, let's talk about why the judge didn't ask Lindsay if she was on any drugs during his stipulations query. So that is also something I should bring up. Lindsay stipulated to a bunch of evidence that could have been 10, a dozen witnesses that are related to some forensic data and would just be for chain of custody purposes. It would cut down on time a lot. She stipulated to a lot of facts because she's not saying she didn't do this. Sorry, I got distracted by the chat, and then I was like, wondering.
Is it this one you're looking at, Mermaid Mary?
Yeah, I swear that it said like an ortho surgeon or something. So I'm sorry if I got that wrong. But she's definitely a surgeon. So we were gonna watch some of that. Gosh, what was I saying? She stipulated to the facts. She doesn't like, she's saying she did this and not trying to oppose a lot of stuff, but the judge has to have Lindsay sign that and confirm to him like a sentencing, you know, that she understands what she's doing, that, you know, her lawyer's not making her do this. And Mary Alice was asking if, you know, why he didn't ask if she's on drugs like right now, I think. Because that's usually a question. So I don't know. I don't know why. I don't know. Maybe Melanie Little will talk about that. She has good analysis. Maybe somebody will ask that. But I mean, I'm pretty sure Lindsay is on drugs, so it's interesting. Can she stipulate to being on certain psychiatric medication? I don't know.
Yeah. All these judges
So
are a
that
little bit
also
different.
happened.
So
Yeah.
thank you so much, Liz Beeful, for your membership. Welcome.
Yeah, awesome. Thanks. That is great. We're doing this for Jess, you know, and we really appreciate it. That's for her. So I think that will be good
She'll be
for her to come
pleased.
back to. Yeah.
And I know she's
So,
grateful.
yeah.
So I have your very first link that you gave me. You just tell me when you want to press play.
Okay.
You wanna
So
open us up to this?
yeah, this is the surgeon I was referring to, and I thought that it was orthopedic, but she's some sort of surgeon. And she, I don't want to say her attitude's bad. It's not as bad as the one woman we talked about, but I sensed an attitude. So you can skip maybe to like 30 seconds in.
Okay.
It's not too long.
Residency for 5 years at Columbia Presbyterian. I then did 2 additional years of trauma and surgical critical care at Yale. And then I've been working for Brigham and South Shore Hospital since 2016.
explain to us how it is that you work for both Brigham and South Shore Hospital as a trauma surgeon.
Brigham has many physicians of all specialties who are at South Shore Hospital. At one point, I think there was a merger attempted between the two institutions. Either way, my salary comes from Brigham, but I work only at South Shore Hospital.
Okay, so that was kind of my follow-up question. Generally, your day-to-day work is at the South Shore Hospital in Weymouth?
That's correct.
What kind of hospital, what level hospital, trauma level hospital?
Okay. So whatever kind of surgeon she is, she works for South Shore, and that is one of the health systems being sued. So to be clear, she might feel pressure because of that. So you can go ahead.
And the description here, it does say general surgeon specialized and trained in trauma and critical care. So
Okay.
it's possible maybe she started out in ortho. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know where I got that idea. Sorry, guys, and thanks for the correction.
Now she does everything trauma.
Level
Yeah.
hospital is the South Shore Hospital.
A level 2.
And so if there are cases that come in that need more acute care, are they generally sent over to a hospital in Boston like the Brigham?
Yes, depending. Sometimes we get input from the subspecialists to guide that decision.
And as far as your role as a trauma surgeon, do you actually do surgeries at the South Shore Hospital?
Yes, that's correct.
I'm going to draw your attention to January 24th of 2023. Were you working at the South Shore Hospital that day?
Yes.
And what was your role that day?
I was the on-call surgeon. I was physically in the hospital working.
At some point in the evening hour, were you advised that a patient was being transported to the South Shore emergency room as a level 1?
Yes.
And so when you are advised of that level of trauma, or you're advised of a critical patient coming into the emergency department, what do you do?
There are guidelines for how quickly we have to be present in the emergency room. Because I'm also operating, at times I may be in the operating room when that notification happens.
So in this particular case, when a female patient by the name of Lindsay Clancy was coming into the emergency department, were you able to go down to the emergency department as part of the assessment team?
Yes.
And who were you working with from the emergency department in this case?
Dr. Kelli McDonough.
Is that a common thing that you collaborate with the emergency room doctors or nurses and technicians in a situation like this?
Yes.
So that Kelli McDonough was the one that we talked about yesterday. The days are blending together, but I'm pretty sure it was yesterday who had an attitude. Maybe, I don't know. It must have been, right? Yesterday?
Yes.
Anyways,
Mhm.
she
Yep.
you know, this doctor worked with that doctor. So just saying. We can
Did you have
skip
information?
Sorry,
to,
I thought you were done.
No, I'm sorry. There's a chapter, I think, that I just want to go to the cross-examination.
Okay, got it. Let's see if I can find Mr. Reddington. There he is.
Okay.
Hey, Reddington.
Morning.
Good morning.
Just a few questions. So South Shore Hospital, and you made reference to as being a trauma hospital, and the injuries suffered by Lindsay were level 1. Is that what it was?
Yes, that's correct.
That would be the highest level. Is that right?
Yes.
As far as risk or concern of the person's safety and health and survival.
Yes.
What time, if you remember, what time approximately was she admitted to South Shore Hospital?
The word admission means that she would have remained there as a patient, so she was never formally admitted.
Okay.
For the time that she was brought in by EMS, I would have to refer to that information from the record.
Do you have an idea as to how long she was at your hospital?
Likely several hours, but again, I would have to see the specifics in the charts of there's documentation with EMS for arrival and for when transfer occurred to Brigham.
Okay. And at some point, it was decided that she would be transferred to Boston, right?
Yes.
Brigham Women's Hospital.
Yes.
And it was decided by someone that they weren't going to put her in an ambulance for that transport, right?
I would have to look at the record for what was the method of transfer to Brigham.
Do you know how she was transferred? By helicopter? Med flight?
I don't know, because MedFlight can also, MedFlight covers two modes of transportation, MedFlight ambulance and MedFlight helicopter.
Do you know that she was MedFlight helicopter to Boston?
I don't know that.
And the time that she left was after you all had provided.
Okay, so that was a good place to pause, but also thanks for pulling up this comment. So Mermaid Mary was the one who corrected me and said, "Not your fault, Maggie. Several content creators said she was ortho yesterday. Maybe even one of the lawyers said the wrong term at some point. I just know because I worked with her." That's very interesting. Thank you for chiming in. That may have happened. That may have happened. Maybe it was like Melanie, because that's what I was watching. So thank you for having the grace. So I noticed this sometimes happens with trials and the cross-examination, where witnesses for the prosecution are much more in tune, willing to answer, not saying "I do not recall" when they're being questioned by the prosecution. But then when it gets to cross-examination, their attitude changes a lot. I noticed it with her a lot, and I think already you can tell that it's like some "do not recalls," some "I don't know, I would have to look," and she just seemed more is the word like forward? She not forward, but just like willing to say things and talk with the prosecutor. And then also, if you noticed, I think we should touch on the bow in the room, the big bow in the room, because most people have talked about this now, and bows are my thing apparently. So the prosecutors have been wearing bows. Actually, I'm not sure if it's both, but there's been a bow every day.
One.
I think
Yeah,
it's
I think it's
just the one
one.
that we saw. Yeah. There's been white and black bows. I don't know. It's a lot of people have noticed it. It's irked a lot of people. It really just took me out of like the trial when I saw it. It was just something that was very like, oh, a bow. I believe there was a bow for opening statements. One thing that the prosecution made clear in opening statements was that Cora, one of the child victims, of course, loved bows. And I don't know if they're bringing that up to kind of use the bows and wearing the bows as a subliminal sort of thing,
Right.
or a way they suppose that they're honoring Cora throughout the trial. So I don't know. A lot of people have noticed it and talked about it, and we hadn't. And I just wanted to because it was bows, and that's my opinion. Is that it's a little weird.
Yeah.
It's a little weird
Yeah.
for court.
Yeah.
Okay.
I enjoyed Melanie Little's take on it. Melanie Little's a little spicy, and she just was like, "I can't believe this middle-aged woman is doing this."
Yeah,
she's so
and
funny.
somebody said it was, she might have said it was for teenagers, or somebody did, and I was like, well, I think if you do it appropriately, it's not just for teenagers, okay? If you have a bow on your bag, I think that's appropriate. But
Yeah.
I'm not wearing a giant bow in my hair to court.
Not today. Not today.
No.
Maybe next week. All right, you ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
The treatment that you were able to provide to Lindsay as a patient, right?
Yes.
And you reached the end of your rope. She had to be transferred because she needed immediate high-level medical care, right?
She needed higher level of care. Yes.
Higher level of care. And as a result, she was then brought to Brigham Women's Hospital. Now, the treatment that you had given would include raising her apparently temperature, I guess, because she came in at a low temperature, right?
Yes.
And did you use IV fluids?
I would have to check the record, but that is a
Did
common
she-
intervention.
So your memory would be that you believe that you used IV fluids, but you'd have to have me get out of the box and check the record to ask that question, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay. It didn't really work out very well, though, did it? Because you know that when she was brought to Boston after all of the time that she was treated at your hospital, she was still core temperature of 82 when she hit Brigham and Women's.
No, allow it if she knows.
I did not look at the medical record from another institution. I only reviewed my note from South Shore Hospital.
Did you know that your patient had coded shortly after being brought to Brigham and Women's Hospital?
No.
Did you know that she had to have massive transfusions right after being brought to the hospital in Boston?
No.
Did anybody in South Shore Hospital make a determination that she had lost a lot of blood?
The EMS report did not share that there was a large volume of blood at the scene. She was evaluated part of her CAT scans also help us evaluate for intra-abdominal blood loss.
Okay. So when you raise the issue of the EMS, that would be the ambulance, right?
Yes.
And their report, their run sheet, they prepare, right? That's what you're talking about, right?
There's verbal report from EMS when a patient is brought in and also the run sheet of the details.
Okay. And when the people from the EMS came in, did they speak to you about the verbal report?
They address the entire room, so all the staff in the room is available to hear the details.
And you're able to look at the run sheet, correct?
No, the run sheet is not always immediately available.
So did the EMTs, to your knowledge, as a treating surgeon physician in the trauma center, tell you that there was blood loss?
Not to my recollection.
Did anyone tell you that at the scene where she was being treated after coming out of the window and striking the ground, that there was blood on the snow and on the leaves and in the grass?
I cannot recall if they commented on that.
Is that important for you to know if there's blood loss on a patient?
If there is a large volume of blood loss, yes, the EMS will routinely comment on the patient being found.
Yeah, but that's the EMS. You're the surgeon, right?
That is correct, sir. Yes.
Yeah, and one of the things would be blood pressure, right? What the person's blood pressure is, correct?
Yes.
And she had, if I understand your testimony correctly, low blood pressure.
She initially, when she came in, the note has a normal blood pressure, and then after intubation, her blood pressure dropped.
Okay. Do you know what caused the blood pressure to drop?
There were several factors at play. As we discovered from her CAT scan, she had an injury to her spinal cord in the thoracic region that very commonly causes issues with maintaining your blood pressure.
And do you know what her blood pressure was? I mean, if you don't, that's fine. You need the records.
Blood pressure at which point?
At the point I'm asking you about when you noted that she had low blood pressure.
No, I don't remember how hypotensive she was, no.
As far as being hypertensive, did you know that when she finally hit the Boston hospital that she had massive transfusion of blood?
I thought I asked and answered.
Oh, did you?
You asked me before and I answered that no, I did not know that.
Okay. So how about, did you know that they introduced pleural tubes in both sides of her chest and removed many, many cc's of blood from both the right and left pleural cavity?
Question: the witness has already indicated she hasn't reviewed those records. She's not aware of what happened at the Brigham. Go through each and every injury.
No, she can answer that.
No, I do not know that about the patient when she was not at South Shore Hospital.
How about the superficial cuts that you were talking about? Would you suggest or would you agree that on the right ulnar area and the left ulnar area of the upper extremities, right and left, that there were a deep cut noted in the skin?
The notes about her wrist injuries said that it was through the skin with exposed fat, but there was no exposed muscle or tendon. So
Okay.
those are more superficial.
So you would not agree that they were deep cuts on both arms? You wouldn't agree with that?
No, I would not.
And again, you're not aware of anything that was diagnosed in Brigham and Women's Hospital, right?
That is correct.
As far as the injury to her spine, what kind of injury was it? Do you remember?
It was at thoracic level T5, T6.
And what type of injury was there to the spine?
The report said.
All right, that was what I wanted to especially get to, was this idea that this assertion by the prosecution that Lindsay's wounds were superficial. The cuts on her neck and arms were superficial, and that only is relevant because they want to say that it wasn't a real attempt to take her life. You know, it was part of this I guess show she's putting on because they think Lindsay just wanted to end her children's lives, and you know, she's a monster, or you know, maybe just deserves at the very least like prison. But were they really superficial? Like, when you could maybe that's the correct medical term, but when you kind of think about superficial wounds, do you think that it would be cut down to the fat? It and a cut that needs sutures, which her arms did eventually. Would you
Yeah.
describe it as
So-
superficial?
No. So superficial is like above the deep tissues. So like your fat is not superficial. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So that's what I thought. They're saying like superficial is, you know, the tendons weren't exposed, and right, like her
Right.
explanation.
Yep.
Is that like correct, or is she being a little
A little shady.
you know, yeah,
Not being
shady.
forthcoming, totally forthcoming.
Forthcoming,
Yeah, very
yeah.
possibly. Yep, very possibly. Well,
Because
and
they're all
I would
saying
like
that.
to know, can you have a superficial injury and still have oozing and bleeding? You know?
Yeah. And is it the
That's
best word for the jury, lay people, to understand?
true. Exactly. Yep.
When they look at the pictures, can't they tell? I think so. I think you can tell when you look at
Yeah.
the pictures. Not that we're going to show them, but if you want to,
Right.
yeah. That's
I
Amy said
do you know
they're trying to
there's
minimize it. It's yeah.
there are some medical professionals in the chat, so you guys feel free to weigh in.
Yeah.
Shelly P, the average person would say superficial is a cat scratch. This was clearly not what the average person would characterize as superficial. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Let's see. I think if it needs to be stitched, it is not superficial.
Yeah. I think so too.
They have all been saying superficial and not bleeding as well.
And that's like, there was a ton of blood though. There was at the scene. It just stopped bleeding. It's but so much blood. Like, how can you discount that?
Yeah.
And it seemed like she was even trying to like not take any responsibility for not knowing about the blood loss, not investigating if she had, because the other hospital found that, you know, she needed chest tubes, and sounds like they found it, but why didn't this hospital? Maybe
Yeah.
she wasn't there long enough. I don't know.
Mermaid Mary says superficial is the correct medical term in this case, but not the same way superficial is used in general language. Yes, superficial wound can bleed and ooze. Good to know. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
So we can move on to the, well, is it, what time is it? It's almost 9.
Yeah, I just say we keep going until we need to switch over. Do you want me to pull up?
Let's do the next video and just go straight to cross.
Okay. Give me a minute.
That's where it is most interesting. The prosecution went on for a while with this witness. It is Joseph Rabbit, the investigator, and they showed a lot of pictures, like I was saying, like cabinets. There was a lot of pills and medicines in that house, like in kitchen cabinets and stuff. But there was a lot of pictures.
All right, I have it up. Looking for Mr. Reddington.
Yes.
I mean, boat. Okay. My kitty is crying. I don't know if you can hear him.
No.
I'm going to let him outside in a little bit.
Cross, counsel?
You might see the bow. Yep. You can see it a little.
The pills that you just counted, or you went through the bottles that you seized, first of all, there's no doubt that you guys were executing a search warrant, right?
That is correct.
And to have a search warrant, you have to have a reason to seize something from a citizen's person or their home, right?
That is correct.
You have to have probable cause is what it's called, right?
Correct.
And then you have to itemize what you want to have the authority to seize, right?
Correct.
So I take it that when people went in executing the search warrant, that you had authority to seize the medical pill bottles that we've just gone through.
Correct.
And that was set forth right in where it says you're therefore commanded. One of the things that you're entitled to seize would be prescription medication, right?
Correct.
And that would be on January 25 of 13 that this affidavit was submitted to the clerk in this court, right?
Correct.
At 3:00 in the morning, warrant was issued on January 25, right?
I didn't write it, but that sounds about right. That sounds right.
All right, but do you recall what time you went into the Clancy home to execute the warrant or serve the warrant?
Is early morning hours, yes.
All right. So early morning hours, you're in there to look for, and among other things like computers and things, seize any medication bottles that you saw.
Correct.
So it's not that it's a random search that some police officer just happened to grab bottles that he or she saw. There was a specific intent to seize prescription medication, correct?
It was on the affidavit, yes.
And that's what you all did when you went in to try to execute the warrant and seize the items, right?
I mean, for myself, what I found in the kitchen is what I seized, yes.
So were you the officer in charge of the warrant execution?
I was not, no.
Okay. Did you leave the kitchen and go elsewhere?
I did, yes.
And where did you go?
I believe I went to one of the children's bedrooms because somebody informed me there was a Nest camera in there.
A camera?
Yes.
Okay. Did you go anywhere else, if you recall?
Not that I can recall.
Did you go in the master bedroom?
I can't recall if I did.
Do you recall whether or not anybody in your presence or anybody went into a drawer, a nightstand, and looked in the drawer and saw an Apple Watch, a bunch of pills, things to use to assist your sleeping, things of that nature? Do you remember anybody doing that?
I don't know if anybody did or not.
And there were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 prescription bottles that were seized. Have you ever seen these?
I have not, no.
So you went through the pill count on the bottles for the district attorney, and you did that when you did inventory apparently of these pill bottles that you already talked about, right? For the DA, he asked you to look and tell us how many pills were missing, right?
I did that for the ones that were turned in.
Right. And nobody ever looked at these bottles, right?
I don't know if they have or not.
If I understand correctly, lorazepam, as counsel asked you, the dates that these scripts were written, the lorazepam, as you indicated, was October 26th. The buspirone was same date, October 26th. The hydroxyzine was October 27th. Flanazepam was into November 25. Fluoxetine was November. Lorazepam was the beginning of November, November 2nd. Buspirone. These were all pills that were issued on prescriptions in about a 3-week period of time. Is that correct?
Yeah, whatever the dates are when they would have been
Okay.
prescribed.
Would you say that Patrick Clancy was very cooperative with your investigation? Anything you needed, he was pretty much there to try to help you out?
I think I only dealt with him at the hospital, but he was very forthcoming.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
Como?
Nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Your Honor.
We can stop. We're good. Oh, hello, little Moonsy. So, what I wanted to comment with him, that was pretty short cross. Reflects the relevance, really, of his testimony that I would weigh if I were a juror. So, there were a lot of medications prescribed in a period of time of just 3 weeks, and there's a lot of medications besides that. That's very relevant to know. Mr. Reddington is trying to find who it was that missed the pills and the Apple Watch in the nightstand. That is what he is concerned about right now. And it is a really good hole in the investigation. And yeah, this officer didn't know really anything about those items, which I find significant. So, and then speaking of pills, there was a toxicologist. There was toxicology. The kids did not have any drugs in their blood. It's good to know that. I think she didn't drug them, if you were wondering. And Lindsay's blood had a whole heck of a lot of different meds. So you can confirm that she had a lot of stuff in her system. But I'm, nothing illicit. She had a lot of psychiatric drugs in her system. So then the other last thing that was important was, I don't know if there will be more on this. The prosecution has this theory that, Lindsay's attempt wasn't real, sincere, and she went out the window and she kind of slid down. And so along with blood splatter inside the house, this blood stain analyst was trying to talk about how Lindsay could have hung out the window and slid down. And it just didn't make sense to me. So yeah, I don't really understand. And I didn't see anybody else that I saw commentating that thought it was a realistic explanation. And it's they're really hammering home that it wasn't a genuine, sincere, I want to end my life attempt. And is that in itself a mistake? How is the jury going to take that? I would take it as why are you pushing this so much? So
Yeah, true.
the ultimate question is whether or not she was in psychosis. And you can prove that, I think, without trying to say she wasn't actually wanting to end her life. I think you can, I don't know. Bothers me a little bit. So that's pretty much yesterday. So a lot less to talk about.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much, Maggie. I appreciate this. We do have a little bit of a surprise. Let's see. I have a guest co-host, and we are going to do something a little bit different today. Are you ready to go, guest co-host? You ready? Okay. Everybody, this is attorney Kelli O'Leary.
Hi, guys. Can you hear me okay?
Hi. I can. I was hearing a little bit of an echo, but oh yeah, I do hear an echo.
Okay, I'm gonna turn off.
We'll give you a minute.
Yeah,
I
the
know
problem
this
is
whole
the
thing
sound's not
is
coming through my headphones. So say something. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to hear you. Maybe I will.
yeah.
Hi, it's
Oh,
so good to see you.
Hi,
oh
Kelly.
no.
We'll give you a minute.
I
I know
can hear you, but it's
it's
not letting me hear. So hold on here.
live streaming is dynamic, like
Optimum
EDB
details.
says.
So Ms. O'Leary was in our like Jess content creator class, and I
Yes.
connected with her there, and we'd emailed about the Miliete trial. So it's really good to meet her, virtually, to see her.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes, I call it the Jess Machado University. We haven't graduated yet.
No, we haven't. We're taking a really long summer, a really, really long
A really
summer.
long summer. There you go. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Kelly, it sounds like maybe your mic is coming from your device. I'm not sure what you're signed into. Are you on like a laptop or your phone?
In StreamYard, you can go to the little microphone icon and then click to see the options, and you can pick what mic you want to use. So I don't know if
Yeah.
that helps.
I think it's the 3 little dots in the top right corner of your picture. It's also on the bottom of Maggie, you're probably better at this because you're signed in as a guest. I know it looks a little bit different than me.
On the bottom, I don't even know if she can hear us, but there's a microphone icon.
I'm gonna
and
go
an
with a different
arrow.
computer. I'll log back on because I can't hear you
Okay.
guys at all. So
Okay.
Okay.
all right, so I'm just gonna do that.
We'll
I'll be
figure
back.
it
I'm
out.
sorry.
No,
That's
you're
okay.
fine. You're fine.
So
This is what we have to do when we're already live. We would usually do this kind of stuff backstage.
but we're bringing in Kelly in at this time because moons.
Yeah. So if we can get all the audio where we want it and she's comfortable, then we are going to continue the live stream and do live court coverage on Jess's channel today with Kelly's commentary. So I'm sure
For
she'll do a full
Clancy.
introduction. Yep, for Clancy. I'm sure she'll do a full introduction, but obviously she's an attorney, so it'll be kind of nice to have an attorney perspective. So yeah, I'm excited. Something a little bit different, you know?
Yeah. We're not trying to take over 24 on 24 and get rid of all the guest hosts. We in fact want other guest co-hosts, so
Yes.
it's just
Yeah.
it's just been trying to get people together, and we would just want there to be a show, and it was really good we could get Kelly. So.
Yeah. Yes. And Kelly gracefully volunteered.
Yeah.
It's kind of funny. I was thinking yesterday, I was like, who could I reach out to maybe see if they could pull together like a really quick skit, give them a quick 30 minutes to an hour on the channel, give everybody sort of a little bit of variety. We realized that it's kind of boring looking at just me and Maggie every day. So we want to give you some variety. We get it. We get it.
Boring.
Yeah. So hopefully we can figure out the audio kinks and do something a little
Yeah.
bit different. So
Yeah, we thought it would
and then
be good.
Maggie will go ahead.
Go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was just going to say, Maggie, we will release you. Oh gosh, here we go.
Yeah.
Go
Yeah,
ahead.
I gotta do an orientation thing for one of my kiddos going
That's
to
right.
middle school. So, but I do have a little time still. But yeah, it'll be really cool to get like an actual lawyer and not just me, like as a lay person. I know about trials, but I'm not a lawyer. So I'm just giving like my opinion more kind of as a juror, I guess,
Yeah.
and what, I see. So
Um,
is she coming back?
she's probably coming back. Let's see. I have another surprise, but I have to download it.
Oh.
I just received this. This is hot off the press.
Oh.
1 minute ago.
The suspense is killing me, Moons.
I apologize. I brought up something way off topic that is not what I wanted to share. That would have been a little bit of a nightmare. Okay.
Were you accidentally? Oh, here we go. Yay! Good morning, besties.
Oh, it's beautiful. Did you hear the good morning, besties? Did you hear it?
We have proof of life. We have heard
It's
from our
gorgeous. I'm gonna play it again.
bunny. Good morning, besties.
So pretty. It's so pretty. All right, so any guesses? Where in the world is she?
I can't tell. I can't tell. Do you know? Or you don't know?
I don't know. I don't know. No, and people were giving me shit that I maybe she shared. I don't know. If she shared, I tuned it out. Okay, it's not important. But
I thought she just said like the
everybody says
same
Pensacola,
area.
right? The same
Okay.
area. Okay, she said Florida. Okay, okay,
Yeah, that's what I remember.
okay.
Not that Haley says she sounds so relaxed, and I was gonna say that actually. So thank you, Haley, for stealing my thunder. I really am so glad to hear Jess sound so relaxed and peaceful. Did you feel that way,
Yes.
Moons? Did you feel like
Yes, I do. Yep. Ah, it's
she's
good to hear her voice. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I think we're all feeling the effects. This is technically what, day 5 that she hasn't been live. She was out 2 days at the end of last week, and
Yeah.
we're on day 3 of Cations week, so it's been long. But we've been through this before. We can get through it again.
Have we been through like 7 days, 7 weekdays without?
I thought
I've-
her last Cations was a week, but I could be wrong.
Because I don't know if, so we got Thursday, Friday last week, and then the 5 weekdays of this week, and then plus the weekends. It's going to feel like a long time.
Yeah, totally. That's okay, though. It'll go by fast. I'm sure for her, it's going to go by super fast. She's going to be wishing she took 2 weeks.
Yes.
But for us, it's slow.
Yeah.
Slow and painful.
Yep. But we're
goodness.
together. We're all together. That's the point.
Yes. Yeah.
So are
All
we
right.
still? Have we
Let's
heard
see
from
if
Kelly?
Kelly's ready again. Let's
Okay.
see. Nope.
She's not.
1 minute. Yes, she is. Okay.
That was thumbs up.
Yay!
Oh,
Yay! Okay,
you
I
sound
hear
really
you.
good.
You can hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you so
Can
much.
everyone hear Kelly?
Hi.
Yeah.
So nice
You're
to
just a
see
little-
you.
Nice to see you guys too. I'm so honored to be here. I can't wait to be trolled.
We're honored to have you. Thank you for volunteering and sending that message yesterday. It came at the most perfect time. And I'm excited. I'm
Yeah.
excited.
Yeah, excuse me, I got a little bit of a cough, but yeah, I'm
You're
excited
good.
to be here. I'm gonna be, if I get trolled and they're by bunny haters, it will be great. It will be great. I'll be so honored to have Jess's trolls troll me. It'll be an honor.
Yes. Yes. It will happen. It will definitely happen.
I'm sure. So how
And
much?
Maggie's feeling the same way. She's honored as well.
Very honored.
Yeah. So have either one of you guys been watching any of this trial?
Oh yeah.
We have.
Yeah.
We
Yep.
have. And I watched the pre-trial as well. I've been kind of doing breakdowns every day of the trial. We've been watching some clips sometimes, so we're trying to get the chat into it because we feel like it's so important. But how do you feel about this trial? What are your emotions?
Oh, it's really it's hard. I mean, I'm a mother. I'm a mother of 4, and I'm also a criminal defense attorney. So if I do say something that's just kind of matter of fact and doesn't seem to have any empathy, please know that's just not true. Watching it, I don't understand what the Commonwealth is trying to prove, that she didn't want to kill herself. What did she, honestly, what do they think she was trying to do? Kill her 3 children and then go run away and have a happy life with not the stuff that you have to do to raise kids? So the Commonwealth's theory is a little bit odd, but my heart goes out to that man, her husband. Oh my gosh. I was there one day when he was testifying. I was there. I had an appointment in Plymouth, so I swung in, actually saw Jess. Man. And, he's not married to her anymore, totally supports her, the family. I mean, it's just it's a very, very sad case, but even in the sad case, you can see some humanity in it, and I think that's great.
Yeah. I agree. Well, I'm thrilled to have your perspective. I think this is definitely a valuable conversation. I'm excited.
Good.
Maggie, you are free to leave whenever you'd like. You are free to stay for as long as you would like. I have a request to change the background.
My background, it could be mine. Mine's awful.
No, this one.
Now
Okay.
it looks like
This
Kelly is on like the table or something. Like we're in the chairs in the background, and Kelly's like on the table.
Oh, it does a little.
Let's see. We have this one.
Yeah, but I'm probably gonna dip.
Okay.
Because you're in California, correct, Maggie?
Yeah. And I got kiddo stuff today for school, so can't stay super late, which is kind of sucky. I'm sorry I'm missing that, Kelly, but I'll try to watch. And
No worries. I mean,
I'll
if you
just
can
enjoy
stay
it.
longer, I'd show you my going back to school dance that all my kids hated that I would do as they were getting on the bus. But since you have to go, I won't do it.
Oh, thank you for the idea.
No. We need to see this.
At some point.
Yeah.
I can do that.
I'm not leaving. I'm not going to leave until you show it.
I can't show it because I just have a top on. That's it. I can't stay back. No, I'll show you sometimes. It's funny. My kids hated it, but it's funny.
How funny.
Maybe I'll make up my own.
Moms, when they kind of go off, we at least get like maybe 4 hours if they don't text.
Yes.
School, which, yeah, they still do. So it's awful when you have to block your own kids during the day. So.
Yeah, I'm a little jealous. I wish we had bus service where I live. I have to actually like wait for my kids to open the door and then jump out. And sometimes I do feel like, go, hurry.
Yeah.
Me too.
And totally not because I'm ready for them to leave my presence, but more so because the car drop-off line is so aggressive. If your kids do not jump out fast, people are honking at you. And I have 3 that go to the same school. And sometimes it takes a while for them to jump out, So I'm like, hurry,
I totally
hurry,
feel that.
Yeah, I used to drive my kids to school too, and I had the little one that would always be, I don't even want to go, Mom. I'm not going. I don't want to go, Mama.
Yes.
Try and stay in the car, and I'd be like, get the fuck, you know.
Yeah.
All
They want to
right,
do kisses, and I'm like, go, go, go.
Yeah. Have a
Yeah.
great day.
Thank you, Maggie. Thank you.
Thank
It's always
you
good to see you.
Bye.
All
Yep.
right, have a
I'll chat
good
later with you.
stream. Yeah,
Thank
thank you,
you.
everybody. Thank you.
Bye, Maggie. Have a good day. Good luck at orientation. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
All the good back to school activities are happening. That reminds me, I need to figure out when Meet the Teacher Night is. We have all of our teachers' names, but we need to go meet them. And I don't know when that is. It's usually like the day before school starts. So I think it's next week sometime.
Right. How old is your youngest?
My youngest is 7. She'll be 8 in October.
Okay.
I have 9-year-old twins, and my oldest is 15. So what about you? How old are your kiddos?
So the youngest one now, he is 18. I have a son that's 21 or 22, and then my daughter's 26. And my and then my ex-husband and I lost our firstborn, Tyler. He would be about 29 now. So I was really like,
I'm sorry to hear that.
It's tough. We don't need to talk about him, but like, you know, I was like so excited for the youngest to go off to college, and he decided to do community college, which is fine.
Okay.
So he's still, so I'm not an empty nester, but
yeah.
And
I
then
see.
we have 5 other kids, but they all have 4 legs.
That's right. Yep. I got a couple of those too. Jeez.
Yeah, huh? Crazy. So I think kind of watching out at the corner of my eye, just on my TV, it looks like they're at a sidebar, just
Okay.
which they've been doing every single day.
Yes, true. Would you like to watch on a specific feed? What's your preference?
No, I don't care at all. I mean, when I'm watching, it's whatever usually it's Melanie because she's great, but I am no Melanie Little. Yeah, so probably one doesn't have a commentator or something like that.
Right, exactly. My go-to is usually Court TV. I noticed yesterday or the day before yesterday, their audio was like kind of strange.
Okay.
So if this is not the best audio, if somebody in the chat could just let us know if there's like a better feed, we're open to switching it up. I don't know. What do you guys think?
I know Long Crime has been streaming it as well.
Long Crime.
NBC 10 in Boston is it's a new station here, and they've been streaming it. They've been there. I don't know about the other local channels, but every morning it seems like the judge has them over at Sidebar. They chit chat about some things, and then stuff starts. Just watching this, I do think like the judge on other days, and it's very odd to see a judge telling a prosecutor how to try their case. But I think, he's been saying, all right, you don't need, enough, because it's just been, that one day, the 911 call that, thank God they didn't, I feel bad, just had to listen to that. But
right. Yep. Same.
It was it was pile on of just a lot of stuff. Sad stuff.
Long Crime. Okay. Let's see. I've got Court TV up. Let me see if I can find Long Crime. But you guys can see the screen and we are live. So if they start, just give me a little nudge and I'll change it. Let me see if I can find Long Crime. Kelly, I do know there are a few questions. Excuse me. There are a few questions. I don't know what features and capabilities you have as a guest in StreamYard. Over on the right side at the top, I think you can click on comments.
Yeah, I just did that. So hi everybody. There's like 5.
And then, oh, I do see that they're about to start.
All right, Shay Day is asking, why do we think Reddington doesn't want witness to review the records on the stand? I have seen some of them review them. It's called refreshing recollection. I have a feeling Reddington, for that one doctor, wanted to make the point that that doctor didn't really know Lindsay because she said, "Do I have a lawyer?" And she was only there for 20 minutes. The psychiatrist, which I've seen psychiatrists, sometimes it is only 20 minutes. And they were really, their purpose wasn't to get to know her, but to just see how she was mentally before going into such a serious surgery. So that would be my guess. If he hasn't really wanted police officers to, he really just wants to show them how it was just a one-shot deal. They really don't, even though this case is so horrific, they don't even have an independent memory, that they actually have to have the recollection refreshed, which shows maybe a lack of humor on the part of officers and you know, and the DAs and stuff. And why aren't these people prepped, you know, before they take the stand, especially in a trial like this?
Can you guys hear the law and crime audio? There's not anybody talking, but they just did the everyone rise. I think the jury's coming in. Yes. Okay. Thank you, Laura.
Hey, all persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice of the Superior Court, now sitting before the Commonwealth. On the 8th of your attendance, you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Jenny. Thank you, Haley.
Continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Well, good morning again. Nice to see everyone. Thank you for being here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to ask you those questions again, and then go over the schedule. Forget we are not, or you are not, sitting this afternoon, okay? And that's not going to change, so you can count on that. So let me ask you at this point, has any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect of this case that would affect your ability to be fair and impartial as a juror? Next, is there any other serious matter or concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to bring to my attention? Great. Thank you again for following those instructions. And what we're going to do is we're going to return to the Commonwealth's case. And like I said, we are not going to be, you're not going to be sitting this afternoon. The plan, and I'll double check when we get to that point, would be to return tomorrow at 9 o'clock and pretty much relatively full day tomorrow and probably Friday as well. But I'll double check as we go through that. All right. And I'll let you know as soon as I can if there's any changes to that schedule. So with that, I'm going to ask the Commonwealth to call their next witness. Commonwealth.
Thank you. Commonwealth calls Eitan Negri.
The Apple Watch, Miss Spicy Misty, I think it just shows the inadequacies of the investigation. I don't believe they brought it. I think if they analyzed it, they could have seen how, if she was running around up and downstairs, if she was frantic, not frantic, you know, just showing the poor investigative things that the state police, again, here in Massachusetts, kind of like the whole drawer he keeps pulling out and saying,
Good morning, sir. Good morning. I just ask you to speak into that microphone.
Sure.
All right. Attorney Buckingham, please.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
My first name is Eitan, last name is Negri.
Can you spell your first name for the record?
Eitan.
And your last name?
Negri.
And what do you do for work?
I'm a physician associate, physician assistant.
And did you go to school for that?
Yes.
Can you tell us about your educational background?
I did my undergraduate at City College in New York, and I did a post-bac at Brooklyn College, followed by a PA program at Torrey University in Manhattan.
And do you currently work as a physician's assistant?
Yes.
And do you currently work in the state of Massachusetts?
No, ma'am.
Are you licensed in the state of Massachusetts?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you licensed in any other states?
New York State.
I'm going to go back to January of 2023. Were you working in Massachusetts then?
Yes.
And where were you working?
Brigham Women's Hospital.
And were you in that same role as a physician's assistant?
Yes.
And what were you doing? What were your general duties in that role working at Brigham and Women's?
Generally, you assess a patient, you diagnose, you formulate a plan with an attending physician, and you execute that plan throughout the day. It encompasses various things.
Were you working in any particular department at Brigham and Women's back in January of 2023?
The trauma, burn, surgical ICU.
Now, I'm going to draw your attention to a particular patient that came into the Brigham and Women's Hospital on January 24th of 2023. That patient was Lindsay Clancy. Do you recall encountering this patient on January 25th of 2023?
Yes.
And what did you do as it pertained to the care and treatment of this patient?
I received the information from the shift before me, formulated a plan, examined her, assessed her, staffed that plan with the attending physician, and executed that plan throughout the day.
And fair to say this particular patient had injuries that you were directed to observe, review, form that plan on?
Correct.
What were the injuries?
Are you trying to signal to me to pause it?
I am not. I'm trying to figure out how to get in the thing. I just someone had a question about the Apple Watch and so forth, and wouldn't the same stuff be on the phone? Not necessarily. If she left the phone on the counter and she was running around and was wearing the Apple Watch, but not the phone, and it hadn't reconnected, I don't know exactly how all that works, but I think to be thorough in an investigation, you would want maybe both of those to perhaps compare the data. That's my thought. So
okay. I can hear you well. If you want to come off mute and just let me know when to pause, or you can raise your hand. Maggie was raising her hand earlier and that worked well.
Okay.
We can try another time, but I tried to have her share the screen and do the playing and the pausing, and we ran into a roadblock. So
okay.
I guess this is best case scenario right now.
Okay, you got it.
The injuries.
She had multiple injuries. The most acute were injuries that were requiring consultation with other services, and the ones that I directly managed were the lacerations to her wrists and just her wrists, actually.
And as far as when you say she had other acute injuries, you were not involved in the care of her for those, correct?
I was involved in the care that involved consulting other services to manage those things, yes.
Okay, and as far as any sort of repair work that you were doing as a physician's assistant working with the trauma surgeons, what repair work were you assigned to do?
Laceration repair.
And on this particular patient, where were the injuries or lacerations that you were going to repair?
She had multiple lacerations on both of her wrists. She had superficial on her neck, which I did not repair.
Okay. And as it pertained to the wrists, did you go through that process of observing, reviewing, coming up with a plan, and then repairing those injuries?
Yes.
And were you directed to do that by any particular doctor?
Not necessarily directed. A lot of those things fall within my scope, and since they were less acute, they kind of fell down the chain to me.
Okay. And you're aware that she was being seen and treated by a host of other doctors, nurses, an entire team?
Yes.
As it pertains to the wrist injuries, what did you do to examine those areas?
The first thing I do is assess the location, then I assess the severity, whether it requires intervention by someone other than myself. In this instance, it did not. So then I proceed with just kind of protocol laceration repair.
When would it be a situation where you'd need somebody else to intervene?
If it required surgical intervention or suture and repair beyond my skill set, in this instance, it did not.
Okay. And so, referring to these particular injuries, when you observed them, did you observe any areas of active bleeding?
No.
And fair to say they had been treated by nurses and other staff prior to you encountering these injuries, correct?
Yes, they were dressed and covered before I got there.
Now, when you assessed them, you noted that they were bilateral, correct?
Yes.
What does that mean?
It means on both sides of the body, so both wrists.
Okay. And so referring to the right wrist, what were your observations of the injuries to the right wrist?
The right wrist, as far as my reference to the note, is that she had a few lacerations, one of which was severe and deep enough to require repair.
And fair to say that that right wrist injury was the one that you repaired was 3 centimeters deep.
Approximately, if that's what my note says, then that's what it was.
Okay. And on a wrist, or this area of the wrist where you observed the injuries, that depth of 3 centimeters, did that require further surgical intervention, or were you able to suture that area?
I was able to suture that area. As far as what happened subsequent to that, I wasn't there, so I'm not sure.
Okay. And how many sutures did you use to repair that injury?
I believe 3.
And in relation to any other cuts or lacerations that were on that right wrist, did any other of those lacerations require suturing?
No.
How did you treat those other injuries?
Just irrigation, meaning cleaning them out, and then using a type of tape to close them shut.
And that's generally referred to as a steri strip, correct?
Correct.
May I approach the witness?
Me.
Hang on.
Two photographs. Do those photographs depict the repairs or the sutures that you did on the right wrist of Lindsay Clancy?
Yes.
I would move to admit these as the next two.
All right, those may be admitted.
1 and 2, 3, 2. I'm just going to show on the screen what's now been marked as Exhibit 201, and you should be able to see it on the screen in front of you. Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And so this is the right wrist, correct?
Correct.
And those black lines in the middle of the photograph are those the sutures that you did?
Correct.
And just showing you 202, Exhibit 202. These white strips that are all around the injury, are those the steri strips?
Correct.
Now, on the left wrist, do you recall what you observed to be the injuries on that wrist?
I believe there was a similar laceration, just shorter in length, that required fewer sutures.
And fair to say, if your notes reflect that the left wrist had one, meaning just a singular 2 centimeter deep linear cut, that would have been what your observations were of the injury that you repaired?
Correct.
And how many sutures did that injury require?
1 suture.
And were there other areas that you observed that had some sort of laceration?
I believe similarly, just superficial ones that needed steri strips.
And again, in treating this particular injury, when you came upon it, was there active bleeding or any concern that you needed more intervention other than a suture?
At that time, no.
I'm going to show you 2 more photos. Are those familiar to you?
Yes.
And are those the suture that you did on the left wrist of Lindsay Clancy?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, that may be admitted, or they may be admitted. Thank you.
again, just showing what's been now marked as Exhibit 203. And you see the injury there on the wrist near the ruler in the photograph.
Yes.
And Exhibit 204, which is just a closer upshot of that. Is that correct?
Yes.
And again, you see the white strips. Those are also steri strips that were applied.
Correct.
Now, in relation to any of these wounds on the right or the left wrist, did you observe the lacerations to go any deeper than the subcutaneous tissue?
On my observation, no.
And when we talk subcutaneous tissue, we're talking about that fatty tissue on underneath your skin, correct?
Correct.
And did you have to return at any point, to your knowledge, to readdress these issues or do any further laceration repair as it pertained to this patient? Do you recall if you did it on any other shift?
No.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Reddington.
Is it Mr. Negri?
Negri, yes, sir.
And you're not a doctor, you're a physician assistant, is that what it is?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And how long had you worked for Brigham Women's prior to seeing Lindsay Clancy that on January 24, 23?
I believe I was in my second year of employment with Brigham Women's.
Okay, and you got to keep your voice up because people back here have to be able to hear you too,
I believe I was in my second year of employment at Brigham Women's.
You're not suggesting for 1 minute that after you did your butterfly stitches, Lindsay could have got up and walked out the door of the hospital, right?
No, sir.
And would you agree with me that, in fact, she was critically ill when you saw her, right?
Yes, sir.
And she certainly wasn't critically ill from COVID or a flu or something like that, right?
No, not to my knowledge.
You know that there are notes that are prepared for the records from the hospital. For example, on January 24, 2023, hospital admission form is filled out. Do you know a Dr. Jeffrey Andrew Anderson?
Yes.
And he was, what was his position that night?
He was one of the trauma surgeons and also one of the intensivists, the attending physicians in the ICU.
All right. And you've had a chance to review a number of records and photographs with the DAs, I imagine, right?
I've reviewed my own procedure note.
Okay, so what does that mean?
It means I reviewed the note that I wrote myself regarding the laceration repairs.
Okay, is that the note that indicates that it appears as though that, for example, on the right upper extremity, there's a 3.5 centimeter deep laceration on the volar aspect of the wrist?
I don't believe that I commented saying volar specifically, so I don't know if that's in regards to my note, but I believe my note did say about 3 centimeters deep, yes.
Okay, so do you recall indicating in your note that it was superficial laceration, or did you indicate that it was a deep laceration?
I indicated that some of them were superficial, and the one that I repaired in particular was 3 centimeters deep.
And you've had occasion to speak to the prosecutors on this case, and they've asked you about the superficial injury to her wrist, right?
Correct.
In addition to the, as indicated on page 75 of the Brigham Women's Hospital record that I have, and we can fix that with other records if it doesn't coincide, there's a note from Dr. Anderson that the right upper extremity, 3.5 centimeter deep laceration, volar aspect of the wrist, left upper extremity, 2 centimeter deep laceration on the volar aspect of the wrist. Do you agree with that assessment?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then you were able to, as you say, clean it up with saline or whatever, and then you stitched up what you had to stitch up, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you have anything to do with the massive transfusion that she had?
No, sir.
Do you have anything to do with the treatment of the transected spine that she had, the shattered spine?
No, sir.
Do you have anything whatsoever to do with the insertion of tubes on both sides of her body and the draining of the blood that had pooled in her middle cavity?
Just the management of those tubes after, but not the placement.
Okay. So you were there while that was done?
I was there managing once they had been placed, but I was not there for the placement of them.
Okay,
no.
But you knew that they were in there, that they were draining the blood. Okay.
Yes.
And do you know where the blood came from that was in her middle extremity?
I don't know specifically. I'd have to refer back to the imaging reports.
In any event, you know that shortly thereafter she coded, right?
Yes.
Were you there for that?
No, sir.
And basically, that means that the patient has, in effect, died from cardiac arrest, right?
Not necessarily died, but their heart has stopped beating for that
And then
portion of
there's
time,
the crash teams and everybody hopefully revives the person, right?
yes. Correct.
And you guys did that, or they did, and they were successful reviving her, correct? So without going through everything, you'd agree with me, sir, that your observations would be of the wrist, the repair, and the taking care of the tubes after they were inserted into both sides of her chest.
That's correct.
And that was your involvement extended, correct? You're all done after
I was
that.
involved in the ongoing management of her care throughout the day, but just as you stated, not the things that you asked me about.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Sure.
I'd offer these.
They're part of the record. I would object if we could approach.
I don't want to have a jury having to go through 10.
No, I know that. Listen, you want to mark them for identification, and then we can address that.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
I may just with a few questions.
Sure.
Mr. Negri, I'm just going to approach and show you.
Hold on a second. Is that my? Okay, thank you. All right, thank you.
Just show you a page from the records that's labeled Brigham Women's page 76. You can hold it in.
Specifically, this highlighted there?
Yeah, I would direct your attention to the bottom paragraph where it says exam. That's not your note from the record, correct?
Correct.
And when it's noted that the right upper extremity, left upper extremity has 3.5 centimeter deep laceration, 2 centimeter deep laceration, deep in the medical notes is not a adjective of it, correct? It's more of a directionality of the injury.
It's a description of, yeah, basically an objective unit of measure.
But when we say deep, it means that it goes down into the skin as opposed to across the
It doesn't
skin.
matter what we say, it's what the record says.
All right, I understand. Go ahead. Just, if you could ask that question again.
As far as your assessment of injuries, deep goes down in the skin as opposed to across the skin.
Correct.
And as far as Dr. Anderson goes, you knew that him to be one of the attendings and a trauma surgeon in this case. Were you aware that on January 24th, he had examined these injuries and indicated they did not require repair at that time?
I don't recall specifically, I'm sorry.
But you came in to repair these on January 25th?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Is there anything on that?
Oh, thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Thank you. You're all set. Attorney Buckingham, please.
The Commonwealth would call Nicholas Roberts as its next witness, please.
Good morning, sir. Can you stop right there? Please bring it to the clerk, please.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony in the evidence you shall give to the court and during the matter of the Commonwealth is and shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Have a seat.
Step, please.
Good morning, sir. All right, counsel.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name
It's Nicholas Roberts.
and where do you currently work?
I work for a company called Thermo Fisher.
What is that? What do they do?
They sell plenty of laboratory-based products, including refrigeration. They sell solvents. They do instruments as well.
Prior to working for that company, did you work for the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
I did.
In what unit did you work for the crime lab?
I was in the toxicology unit
How long did you work for the crime lab?
for about 9 years.
And in working for the crime lab, what kind of training and experience did you have to work in the toxicology unit?
Prior to being hired, I have both a bachelor's and a master's degree in applied forensic science with a concentration in chemistry and toxicology. I also have the master's is in forensic toxicology. While being hired on the job, they provide training for all the in-house stuff that we test for. which includes not only a theory-based training, but also practical stuff so that you can analyze and run all the tests that we do in-house.
And as far as your work in the toxicology unit, fair to say in January of 2023 or February of 2023, you were what's referred to as a forensic scientist too, correct?
Yes.
And throughout your time at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, did you have to undergo competency tests and proficiency tests?
Yes.
And why is that? Why do you have to do that?
So mainly it's to...
I know this gentleman. We get to go one at a time. Okay. Is there
I'm just
objection?
saying, I know he's qualified, and I have no problem with his credentials and his testimony.
All right. All right. Counsel?
Thank you. Sir, in working at the State Police Crime Lab, did you just work in the toxicology unit or did you work in any other units in your time there?
No, only in toxicology.
Okay. Now, as it pertains to the toxicology unit, fair to say the State Police Crime Lab has a specific set of protocols and procedures that are followed in every case?
Yes.
Okay. And at that time in February of 2023, was the State Police Crime Lab using the batch review process?
Yes.
And so when the state police use this process, there are a number of different technicians or forensic scientists that work on any given case. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And at the end of it, one analyst is responsible for reviewing all the data and authoring a report.
Yes.
And based on your training and experience, if you're that person reviewing the data and authoring the report, do you have the ability to interpret some of the data in the report?
Yes.
Or data in the testing, I should say.
Yes, we review all the data that is provided within the case file.
And did you, during your time at the crime lab in the toxicology unit, stay up to date on various types of drugs and quantifications of those drugs and what that could mean for levels in a person's blood or urine?
Yes, they keep us up to date on drugs that are commonly used.
So one of the roles in the toxicology unit is for you to report whether substances are detected in blood and urine. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And at some points, are you also called upon to interpret the levels of those drugs?
So in blood, we report values. So we get concentrations of the different drugs, and we mainly report them in blood.
Okay. And as far as the concentration levels themselves, did you have training and experience on interpreting those levels?
We usually get training on the effects of the drugs. It's hard to say with some drugs, as well as some people, what one level might mean for one person. It might differ, and you have different effects on another.
Okay, and fair to say that's a limitation of just reviewing blood and not knowing anything else about a case, right?
Yes.
At the toxicology unit, at the crime lab, is there a limitation as to how or what types of drugs can actually be quantified or given concentration levels?
Yes, we only quantify certain drugs.
And what happens if there are other drugs present and there's a request for quantification or concentration levels? What does your lab do with that?
Usually they're sent out to another lab in order for testing.
And are you familiar with the NMS lab?
Yes.
Is that, or was that at that time, a common lab that would be sent drugs that you could not quantify in your lab?
Yes.
I'm going to direct your attention to the lab number of 01723. It's a case that you were the reporting analyst on, correct?
Yes.
And fair to say that there were several items that were submitted to the toxicology unit as specimens.
Yes.
Including blood, plasma, and urine.
Yes.
And did you work with other members of the toxicology unit to have those specimens screened and then further tested?
Yes, the batch process was followed.
And as far as any screening tests, did you yourself do any screening tests on these items?
Yes.
What screening tests did you do?
The screening for the alcohol.
And was there any alcohol present?
No.
And in this screening for alcohol, does it just tell you whether it was detected or not detected?
Yes.
And so when you don't have a result, there's nothing further to do.
Correct.
Now, as far as the blood that was tested in this case, in the urine, you were aware that there were screening tests done for what's called the ELISA screen, benzodiazepines, and general unknown screens for these samples, correct?
Yes, that's usually our protocol.
And in any of those circumstances, were there positive results?
Yes.
And as it pertained to the positive results, what's your understanding of what was positive?
So to my knowledge, it was positive for the benzodiazepine panel in ELISA. That would have gotten further confirmatory testing done on it to see the levels as well as the individual types of benzos that were present in the blood. And the same was for the urine as well. We also identified a few substances via our general unknown screen, which was confirmed in blood and urine.
Now, as far as
Counsel, is there an agreement as to whose blood is being tested at this point instead of just by the number?
Yes.
It might be easier for everybody, for the jury to follow.
So would Your Honor just like me to read the results?
No, just instead of referring to it by a number. Well, let me see it sidebar.
Well, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
I'm gonna catch up to live.
Yeah, I think he's a little, he appreciates whatever all the stipulations that they have come up with, that they've agreed upon. They've, basically Reddington has agreed almost to all of their evidence to be admitted and stuff like that. I think he just doesn't she's doing it the proper way, laying the foundation and all of that stuff. But the judge remembers that they had an agreement to let certain things in. So I think he's kind of like, come on, DA, move your ass along. Let's get going. It's taking way too much time for things if they've agreed that they're all coming in. But yeah. I don't know. And yes, everyone in the chat, I saw people talking about this woman's bow. I don't know. Why would she wear a bow to court? And especially when she knows in her hair, when she knows how much attention this thing is getting. But
Exactly.
I kind of want to just send her a barrette. Just wear a barrette. It doesn't have to have a big bow.
There you
I
go.
think they're coming back. All right, perfect.
Yeah.
Yes, I agree. Yes, I think so. I agree. Go.
Sir, I tell you that your report was previously entered as Exhibit 183. Have you had the opportunity to review your report before coming today?
Yes.
And so the lab number that we've been referring to, you're aware that the person associated with that lab number was actually a woman by the name of Lindsay Clancy.
Yes.
Okay. Now, as far as the testing that was done, you received results to the positive benzodiazepines in the screen, and then it was confirmed, correct?
Correct.
How many benzodiazepines were present?
There were at least 4 or 5.
Okay. And were you able to get concentration levels from the blood samples after that screen and the confirmatory tests?
Yes.
And again, already in evidence, but the toxicology report for item 10-101 on the blood.
Hey, Bri, can you come let Bella over?
There's diazepam, correct?
Yes.
Norodiazepam,
Yes.
oxazepam,
Yep.
temazepam,
Yes.
and lorazepam.
Yes.
And as far as your review of the testing on those substances and the concentration levels, did anything about any of those levels stand out to you as far as based on your training and experience?
Only that they were reportable.
Okay. Are you familiar whether they're in any sort of therapeutic level for any of those drugs?
I'm not sure.
Okay. You mentioned there were also other substances that were detected in the general unknown screen, correct?
Yes.
And that would have been mirtazapine, lamotrigine, quetiapine metabolite, and trazodone.
Yes.
And was your lab able to get concentration levels for those?
No.
And so what did you do, or what was done with the samples or the specimens as it pertained to those substances?
To my knowledge, they were sent to NMS labs.
And you've previously stated that you are trained on effects of certain types of drugs, but your limitation is you don't know how it affects a individual, correct?
Correct.
These particular 5 benzodiazepines, do you know where they fall in the type of drug, what the general effects of those drugs are?
Benzos tend to be central nervous system depressants.
Okay. And the ones that were detected, but you don't have the levels for mirtazapine and the list I read, what category are those drugs?
Those tend to also be central nervous system depressants. Quetiapine in particular is usually known to treat bipolar disorder or schizophrenia.
And as it pertains to the presence of the 5 benzodiazepines, your testing is limited in that you don't know whether that was from one medication or multiple medications, correct?
Correct, because the nordiazepam, oxazepam, and temazepam tend to be metabolites of diazepam.
No further questions.
Attorney Reddington. Morning.
Morning.
How you doing?
Not too bad, yourself?
All right. Just a couple of brief questions. First of all, this would be a blood sample that was taken from Lindsay on a particular, like one day. This is not a panel of a bunch of different samples, right?
To my knowledge, there would have been a few different test tubes submitted to us.
Okay, test tubes, but when you draw in other words, when you draw the blood, it would basically be the same time that they put it in different test tubes.
Yes, I'm not familiar with these specific ones, like if they were done over a span of time. But usually,
that's fair enough. I mean, but you have the test tubes, and you know that it's Lindsay Clancy's blood, right?
Yes.
And you'd agree with me that that's a fairly large number of drugs and metabolites that are in that particular blood sample, right?
I have seen more.
I'm sure, but nevertheless, that's still a large number of drugs, though, right?
Yeah, there's quite a few.
And you don't know, as a working your job for the state police at that time, you don't know how many of these drugs are coming from scripts, prescriptions, and things of that nature, right?
No.
One of the things that you had mentioned were metabolites, and you said that because the district attorney asked you about different benzodiazepines, this PAM, that PAM, this PAM, that PAM, and then you responded and said, yeah, but there's a lot of metabolites involved in that, right? What does that mean?
So a metabolite is just a breakdown of anything usually by the body. So you have what we call a parent drug, and the body, if you ingest that, the body would then break it down or put it into a more digestible form in order to get rid of it.
Okay. So when you have a number of metabolites, for example, someone may have a prescription for amitriptyline or a prescription for Zoloft or Ativan or something. And they take the pill and it's in their system, and then over time it would metabolize, and there'd be different PAMs or whatever it is that would break down into the blood. Is that right?
Yes.
How about tetrahydrocannabinols, THC, marijuana? What was the level on that?
To my knowledge, we didn't find any.
No marijuana, right?
Correct.
Thank you very much, sir.
Attorney Buckingham, any redirect?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. You sit down there. All right. Come on.
Your Honor, at this time, upon agreement, I'd ask to admit as the next exhibit, just a chart that the parties have agreed upon that lists the brand names of some of the drugs that have been spoken about throughout the course of the trial, as well as what they were also known as for the ease of the jurors.
All right.
Yes, that's by agreement, Judge.
All right. All right. So by agreement, that may be admitted.
And the Commonwealth would call Dr. Jonathan Brower as its next witness.
Good morning, sir. Morning. Can you stop right here and raise your right hand for the clerk, please?
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury that are now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant shall be the truth, the whole truth? Thank you. You may have a seat.
Watch your step, please.
All right. Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
All right. Ask you to keep your voice up so the jury can hear you. And with that, counsel.
Thank you. Good morning, sir. Can you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
It's Justin Brower, Brower.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm a forensic toxicologist for NMS Laboratories.
And where's that laboratory located?
The laboratory is located in Horsham, Pennsylvania, just north of Philadelphia.
And what does your laboratory do?
We are a reference laboratory. We do postmortem work, clinical work, and forensic drug work. So primarily my role is on the forensic side. I'm a forensic toxicologist.
And does your lab receive specimens from all across the country?
We do. We have clients in all 50 states. We do approximately half of the postmortem work in the United States, as well as a large number of clinical clients.
And is your lab accredited across several states and across the country?
We are, because we deal with, all the states in the United States, all the states in the country. We are accredited by just about every accrediting body that I'm aware of in the clinical and forensic aspects, as well as a lot of state certifications. So a lot of states have their own requirements. The most notable one is like New York State. So we're accredited by, again, every accrediting body that I'm aware of.
And how long have you worked for NMS Laboratory?
4 years as of August 1st.
And what's your educational background as a forensic toxicologist?
I have a PhD in organic chemistry.
Where did you get that from?
The University of Nevada.
And do you have any other professional experience in this field prior to working for NMS?
I do. Before joining NMS Laboratories, I was a laboratory supervisor and then forensic toxicologist for the North Carolina Office of the Chief Medical Examiner, which is a statewide system. So we did the postmortem toxicology work for all 100 counties of the state of North Carolina.
And when it comes to your role in the forensic area of doing the toxicology testing, what is your role in the NMS lab when it comes to cases that come to the laboratory for forensic analysis?
So when a case comes into NMS and is logged in and the assigned or the requested test assigned and then run and reviewed multiple times in the laboratory, when all that testing is completed, it comes to the toxicology department. And my role is to review every aspect of that case. So I'm making sure that everything on the toxicology report is complete and accurate, such as all the demographic information that we have available to us, the name of the decedent or the patient, date of birth, where it's from, the specimens that we received, and then also that all of everything that is reported is complete and accurate. Making sure that all the drugs that were tested for are reported, that the reported concentrations are correct and accurate, and looking at every piece of raw data accumulated from the laboratory with that case, associated with that case.
Fair to say the NMS laboratory uses a batch review workflow.
That is correct. So we not only run the cases in batches, so we don't run it
one case at a time. That's not very efficient. I don't really know of any laboratory that does that anymore. So we will run cases, 10, 15, 30 or 40 at a time.
So as far as running a particular tests and getting the raw data, that's usually done by other people in the laboratory, correct?
That is correct.
And then you come in at the end and review everything and have the ability to interpret the data.
That is correct.
Your training and experience as a forensic toxicologist, does that allow you to interpret concentration levels of particular types of drugs?
It does.
Now, as far as the testing done at NMS laboratories, the traditional testing is kind of the drug testing, the panels for different common drugs, correct?
And typically, we have clients request panels to be run where we're looking for, multiple drugs and classes of drugs at a time.
But are there circumstances when outside laboratories or outside individuals retain your lab in order to run specific tests?
Oh, absolutely.
Now, I'm going to draw your attention to this particular case. Was your laboratory provided a blood sample from the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab in April of 2023?
I believe so. I'd really like to see the toxicology report so I can just confirm all of that, please.
Sure.
Sure. Thank you so much.
You can hang on to that.
That's fine. Okay. Correct. We received the specimens on April 7th, 2023.
And it came from the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
No. I don't know where they were initially sent from, but the client or the submitting agency is the District Attorney's Office of Plymouth.
Okay. Now, as it pertains to the requested testing that was done, was it that panel that you described, or was it more specific testing?
This is what we call direct testing, where they requested just 4 specific drugs to be tested for.
And what were the 4 specific tests requested?
Lamotrigine, mirtazapine, quetiapine, and trazodone.
Are you familiar with those substances or those drugs?
Yes, ma'am.
And you reviewed all of the data and information done at your lab in regards to these tests, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Were they able to identify concentration levels in the sample that was submitted for each one of those 4 substances?
Yes, ma'am.
And for the first, can you tell us what the result was?
Would you like me just to run down the list?
Sure.
Okay. We detected lamotrigine in a concentration of 6.1 micrograms per milliliter. Mirtazapine at a concentration of 200 nanograms per milliliter. Quetiapine at a concentration of 1,800 nanograms per milliliter. And trazodone at a concentration of 0.44 micrograms per milliliter. And these were all in blood.
In blood. And so with each drug that you just listed, are you familiar with what the common name is for the drugs?
I'm not always that great with common names, but I can wing it.
Okay. Well, the lamotrigine, and forgive me if I botch
That's okay.
the pronunciation, that's also referred to commonly as Lamictal.
It is correct, Lamictal.
What kind of drug is that?
It's typically used as an anti-seizure medication. So if somebody has a seizure disorder, it can be prescribed to alleviate seizures, but it is also used for bipolar disorder as well.
And mirtazapine, fair to say that's commonly referred to as Remeron.
Correct.
And what kind of drug is that?
That isn't typically an antidepressant.
And quetiapine, what's that common drug?
Quetiapine is known as Seroquel.
And fair to say that's an antipsychotic as well for bipolar?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you familiar with whether that often can be prescribed in low doses for sleep?
It is. It can be for insomnia.
And trazodone, what's the common name for trazodone, if you know?
I am drawing a blank on the trazodone.
If I suggest trazamine, is that familiar?
Not the one I'm most familiar with, and I apologize.
That's okay, but you're familiar with trazodone.
Correct,
And
yeah.
what class of drug is that?
That's an antidepressant.
Now, in your review of the levels that were detected in these 4 tests for each of these substances, do any of these levels appear to be outside therapeutic concentration levels?
The only one that's a little elevated would be the quetiapine.
Okay.
So we're gonna take a very short break at this time. All right. So this will be a short break, and we'll come right back. All right.
All right. Please go to notebook, place them on the chairs. This way, please.
I will mute the feed and keep an eye on it. So what do you think thus far?
I think it's very boring. So, it's a lot, the qualifications, going over this doctor's qualifications, going over the qualifications and certifications of his lab. I haven't seen anything, but I have no doubt that the defense attorney has stipulated to all of that.
Right. That's
Yeah,
what I
I
was
don't know if
wondering.
the judge is still talking. Let's see.
He is. Yeah, let me
Yeah,
play
why don't we see
this.
what's going on? Oh,
Short
now they're not.
recess,
Now it's
we'll
going
come
up there.
right back
Half hour?
Hopefully not.
Let me rewind a little bit.
All right. We'll be right. This will be a short break, just for a short recess. We'll come right back up.
Half hour?
Hopefully not.
Hopefully not a half hour. Okay.
Hopefully not. Yeah. All right. And so then, there was all those going with, even the toxicology guy trying, just his background and all of that. Again, I think the defense attorney, he has said, I'm letting it all in. I have no objection, all of that stuff. So I know she wants the jury to hear about these guys' CV and the certifications the labs get and stuff like that. She can do a lot less. They're still going to have, if the CVs are admitted into evidence, they will still have that, back in with them. And it would just move it along a lot quicker. All I can say is the judge, I agree, someone said the judge is a little testy at the DA or whatever. And I agree, but she's going through it as if there hasn't been stipulations to things to move it along, because it's very difficult testimony, but it's also, like I said, very boring when you have to listen to all of these,
Yes.
How smart on doctors and all of that. I did catch that, she tried to say, oh, and you got the samples from the Massachusetts State Police Lab, and you go, oh no, I have no idea where these came from. If there was some issue as to testing and chain of custody and stuff like that in a case, that's where the defense attorney would be like, objection, that's not coming in. It's almost like, and would make an argument to keep it out. It's almost like you have to know where it is every single time. And if you guys have been watching the last few days when there's been Massachusetts state troopers and stuff on, they have explained how an investigation is typically done, as opposed to what was done in Karen Reed. And it's really been eye-opening, and it made me remember, hey, Kelly, when you have a case that would require, make sure I remember to ask for a training manual specific to like a search of a car after what the police in a specific town has to follow to then be allowed to search the car before it's towed or whatever. Each different town has different policies and procedures. The Mass State Police, obviously, they have one big thing, but it has its yes, because it can be so different. Pat downs, strip searches. If it's a girl that's in custody, each department has something different. But to me, it's been very interesting to watch the state police explain what they did and compare that to what they did in Karen Reed, like having John O'Keefe's clothes just sit around in their office for months. So I don't know. Let's talk about why the judge didn't ask Lindsay if she was on any drugs during the stipulation, Corey. Okay, so the stipulation, Corey, that's similar to like if they do a plea, if you're waiving a jury trial in favor of a bench trial, they go through a colloquy. And when I do that with my clients, if they are on medication for mental health stuff and so forth, I'll say, the judge is going to go through this, and have you had any drugs in the last 24 hours that would affect your ability to understand what's going on here today? So it's past 24 hours. Does it affect your ability to understand what's going on here today? Clearly, everyone in that courtroom knows that Ms. Clancy is on medication. She's already been deemed competent. It's mental health medicine. So if a client of mine says back to a judge, yes, I am on mental health medicine, the judge will pose a question back. Do you take it correctly? Have you taken it today? Does that affect your ability to understand what's going on here today? And if my client is taking it correctly and so forth, no, it's probably actually helping them understand what's going on, so that's, he could have asked about that. But I think they would have been there for hours as she named them all off. But clearly, I think Miss Clancy has a great grasp, where she was a nurse and stuff, of all the medication she is on now. So he could have asked her that question. She might have had to list them all, which I don't think the judge wanted to make her do, because this case has so much attention as well. So who knows? But I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, definitely. This one was from early this morning. I did start it. I thought it was a perfect question for you. This is in regards to the medical records. Does anyone know why Reddington does not want the witnesses to review the records on the stand?
Yeah, so I kind of tried to answer this earlier. I think it's especially for the doctors and the psychiatrist that was there yesterday on the stand, really wanted to show the jury, with such a tragic, serious case, specifically the psychiatrist, only met with her for 20 minutes, doesn't even remember what she did, what she thought. The only way she could be able to remember that is if her memory was refreshed. And I think it is, to a certain extent, making an impact. Anybody that comes through the hospital should be treated equally as anybody, no matter what has happened, right? And that's probably what that psychiatrist was doing. She seemed very, very smart. She sees tons and tons of patients. But even though she's treating a mother that is accused of killing her children, she doesn't remember that patient any more than another. And I think he was just trying to do that. I don't think he's trying to trip him up. I just think he's trying to show the jury that they don't even remember this, but this is such a tragic case. That's my thought. Someone else could be reading it a different way. But it's not uncommon for, is your memory exhausted? Would anything refresh your memory? Here, you want to look at your report? So that's my thing on it. He's been a really great, I think, defense attorney. I loved how he read in a lot of her diary that the prosecution didn't share. I don't know if you saw that. Some of it was so heart-wrenching.
Yeah, we did.
So,
Yep.
yeah.
So this is a popular question.
Yes. Yes. Meow, meow. Yes, that was me. Yeah. Oh my God. I thought Jessica was going to jump out of her seat. She's like this. And then I get the court officers come over, and Jessica's trying to slide away from me. They come over and they're like, "Are you with the press?" I'm like, "No, I'm an attorney." And they're like, "Oh, well, but you're sitting there." I just sat there, I listened, and then I went outside, and there was somebody who had been arraigned, had been appointed a counsel. I'm talking to him because he doesn't know where his girlfriend is. I'm letting him use my phone. We're talking as I'm looking up info. Court officer comes over to me again and says, "Oh, are you representing this guy?" And I'm looking at the court officer. I'm like, can we even breathe in this courthouse? I was like, no, I'm helping him. He doesn't have his phone. He was arrested last night. Can't find his girlfriend. She was arrested. Jessica's just looking at me like, oh my God, you are just a troublemaker. It was really funny. But then I got to see her testify later in the day. I was sitting right behind her when Bradel came up and said, "I'm going to need you to testify, blah, blah, blah." It was literally 3 minutes before we came back into the courtroom. And the next thing you know, they're calling her. I don't even think she, got a chance to get her thought together. It was, just to watch. She came across so professional and,
Yes.
and recall everything. It was that was an interesting day. And yes, meow meow, it was funny. So
Yeah. So
I
Attorney
wanted to run
Kelly
really
is
far away from me.
yes, is the one that went up to Jess during the Kelsey Fitzsimmons trial and said meow meow.
Meow 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 meow.
We will
Yeah,
never forget that.
she was, yeah,
Never.
yeah, it was funny.
So funny. So funny.
Yeah.
Not that Haley says, wouldn't all of the data from the Apple Watch also be on the phone?
I don't, yeah, that one I just don't know if, I don't know. I don't know how some of them sync. You have to be close. Wire, if she had her phone and she was running up and down the stairs and the Apple Watch, I think, but if the Apple phone was on the table, you guys probably know more. There's probably more techie people out there than me. But that's my thought. And I think again, Reddington is just trying to show that shoddy investigation, like he's done with the fact that he found all that medication in the nightstand in the drawer.
Yes.
That he keeps showing. He's really quite funny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why wasn't this is silly? Why wasn't there a trauma attending automatically there? I've never worked in a trauma hospital that had a PA work the trauma.
I mean, isn't that a little bit more? You're in medicine, aren't you, or were you?
Yeah, but I'm not confident, honestly, on this answer.
I'll take a guess at it. It was a really bad trauma. I think they let's think PIT. They had everybody, I don't know, in an emergency situation, everybody doing something, maybe the nurse wasn't there, maybe the nurse was doing something else, help stabilize, and they were just like, hey, you check on those incision, the cuts on her wrist.
Right.
That's my thing. I think probably just a lot of people around and only, and people have their own little job to do. That's my guess, but somebody else on the chat probably has more medical experience.
Yeah.
So, but
The
that is
nurses in the
interesting. Why
chat,
would a
maybe.
PA? Yeah, but I think if someone asks you, you jump in and do it.
Yep.
So, another thing too, and I meant to look this up yesterday is, the DA keeps saying superficial, and I know superficial in medical terms is different than what it is in regular terms. So I don't know. Keep trying to make a big point that the neck wound and the wrist wounds were superficial. Again, she just killed her children. You think she was trying not to die, and she just wanted to go live a life, and she was trying to scale down the house. I don't get. Does anybody get the DA's theory of the case here? I would be interesting to know if anybody else does.
Well, that is all for those questions. Thank you, Princess
No
Carly,
problem.
for sending 2 joules. Thank you. If you guys have any other questions for Kelly, just put them in the chat. I'll do my best to catch them. And flag.
I can't believe that. So this is, I did take Jess's class, and I did get on there, but there's so much going on I'm just in awe of all of you streamers. There's so much going on this stream, on the screen, all at the same time. And I thought I could multitask. It's like, plus I can't see. So, the glasses are all fogged up, but you guys are amazing. I've seen some in there. J7 I saw in there. Yeah. So yeah. Hi. So just look at that. Everyone in here is so nice too. All the little bunnies. I don't like the bunnies that are
and
eating all my lettuce in my garden, but I like these bunnies.
It's a little confusing because like what you see is different than what I see. So it's a little hard to troubleshoot some things. I wish there was, an ability to, give you all of the same sort of features and controls that I have, like sharing a screen and being able to press play and press pause. Like I wouldn't think that would be, I don't know, maybe it's a risk. I don't know.
I don't want to play where I'm right now, but I see a mic, I see a camera, a computer screen, settings, a red thing so I could bolt if I wanted to. But and then on the side is chat, like you had said earlier. Yeah. So
speaking of audio, I think something happened with your Bluetooth connection. You sound a little bit different, or is it me? It could be me.
I don't know.
I
think I
have
figured out what happened earlier. Is that any better?
no. It was almost like your Bluetooth headphone maybe turned off. But again, it could be me as well. I have one earbud today, so when this one dies, I'm gonna have to transition to headphones.
Yeah. Earlier I did go in and I'm sorry, disconnect and reconnected them. Sometimes that helps. So I'll do that. Talk amongst yourself.
Yeah, yeah. Maybe I will.
Is that any better?
Oh, it does sound a little bit better. I mean, like different.
Yes, my phone's right next to me, but it's not connected to my phone. But I think it went off of noise cancellation. I don't know how to put that back on.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
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 It's fine for me. You guys will have to let us know in the chat. Yep. Not that Haley. Let's see. Are we doing this all morning? Yes. So I believe it's a half day at court today. So we should be wrapping up. I don't know. What do you think, Kelly?
Typically have to they break at the lunch recess, and it's usually 1 o'clock.
Okay.
That's time. I, however, have an appointment at 12:30. I'll share with you. I have to go get my blonde back on. See how bad this is? I have to go get my blonde back on, so when I make dumb statements, I can go, you know, sorry, other blondes out there, but yeah, it's just always been kind of my thing. I have 2 sisters who were naturally blonde, not me. So yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Do you have your own dedicated stylist, or do you go to Rob Roy like Jess?
We talked about this when I saw her in court. I just switched to somebody else, but the last time her mother had just come back to doing stuff, and she did my hair, and the color's awful, but I couldn't go back because I didn't want to hurt the woman's feelings because she was so wonderful. But I'm going back to the daughter today, and I'm going to say, okay, you got to figure out what your mother did. We'll see. Yeah, it will be fun. But I used to drive all the way from Cape Cod. I know you're not all the way back up to Essex County to Groveland, where I grew up, to have Debbie do my hair. She's fantastic.
Really?
So that was 2.5, 3 hours to get to my hairdresser.
Oh
Yeah. When I first
wow. That is a drive. Yeah.
I'm very loyal, not only to my hairdressers, but to my friends and my loved ones. So yeah.
Yeah, yeah. What's your natural hair color? Is it like a light brown, medium brown?
I used to say it was dirty blonde, but you know, it's dark, but yeah. And I never thought I had grays, but I saw a couple, and I was like, oh my god. But yeah, so I'm getting there, ladies, people. I'm getting there. Yeah. So pretty soon I'll be the YouTube old lady dancing around, but she's so cute. I think she's so cute. I forget her name. Sorry, but she's so funny. I'm loving this and having you all this. Okay. Here they come back.
Are we all set for the jury?
Up.
Yeah, they are back, and I do have to say the clerk. She's just rocking it all the time. Her suits and stuff. All right, here we go. My notes.
Can you guys hear the audio? Okay.
I can hear paper rustling. That's about it.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, because we were waiting for the jury. I'm an idiot. Sorry. I have to run off for
You're
1 second. I'll be right back.
Okay.
This court's now in session. Please be seated.
All right, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including Ms. Clancy and including the 18 jurors.
All right. All right. Counsel?
Thank you. Dr. Brower, before we broke, we mentioned the term therapeutic concentration. You familiar with that term?
Correct.
What does that mean?
It's the typical concentration that one would achieve when they're taking the medication or drug as indicated by their prescriber.
And are you familiar with toxic concentrations or suicidal concentrations?
I am.
And what does that mean?
Those are concentrations that could lead to adverse events and potentially death.
Now, in relation to the 4 substances that were tested at the NMS laboratory, you identified the levels for each of the 4 substances. Were any of those concentration levels considered within therapeutic concentration?
It would all be in what I would say a therapeutic concentration, except maybe the quetiapine, which is slightly elevated.
Okay. And in your experience as a forensic toxicologist, have you had the occasion to review cases, post-mortem cases in which suicide was a mechanism of death where the person consumed medication?
Absolutely, yes.
And so that level of the quetiapine at the 800 nanograms per milliliter, would that have been in that toxic or suicidal level?
No, ma'am.
Would you generally expect to see that significantly greater in a suicide case?
Typically, quetiapines in suicide cases might be in the, close to 10,000 nanograms per milliliter. Usually people take handfuls of pills when they're trying to harm themselves and take their own life, and this is not consistent with that.
Now, are you also familiar in your training and experience with the class of drugs called benzodiazepines?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you have the occasion to interpret data as it pertains to concentration levels for those?
Every single day.
And as far as the substances diazepam, noradiazepam, oxazepam, temazepam, lorazepam, you're familiar with those?
I am.
And it's fair to say noradiazepam, oxazepam, temazepam, those are all metabolites of diazepam?
Typically, yes, ma'am.
And what's the common name for diazepam?
Valium.
If I show you what's been marked as Exhibit 183 already. Can you see that on the screen beside you?
I can, yes.
Okay.
Right there.
Can you see the levels?
They're all blurry.
Yep, hold on one second. There we go.
My eyesight's not great too, so
Okay, so
That's
I think
perfect.
that's the best I can do with the autofocus.
don't touch it.
Anything about the levels that you observed here regarding those substances, those benzodiazepines, that tell you that they're outside therapeutic concentration levels?
The diazepam and the nordazepam, oxazepam, and temazepam metabolites, the diazepam looks to be sub-therapeutic, meaning lower than what is typically expected from a therapeutic dose. Most therapeutic doses of diazepam, which is an anxiolytic drug or an anti-anxiety drug, are typically 200, 250 thereabouts nanogram per milliliter. The lorazepam, depending upon the dose, could be a therapeutic concentration, if not maybe a little bit lower than expected.
Thank you. Now, when you're reviewing these cases as the reporting forensic toxicologist, are there limitations on what you can say about the effects of these types of medications?
We can speak as to the general effects that drugs can have on the general population, but we try to restrict ourselves from saying with absolute certainty that a drug will have this effect on this specific person, because we just aren't there to witness their behavior.
Okay, so that was kind of the follow-up. So
I'm sorry.
What are the things that are the unknowns for you when you're just looking at data?
We say that we can't do toxicology in a vacuum. You can't know everything about the case just by looking at numbers on the toxicology report and drugs on a toxicology report. You need other information to have an informed opinion. In the postmortem world, that would be the investigation itself, the history of the case, the scene findings, interviews with families and friends of the decedent. As well as autopsy findings as well. In a case like this, where it's not a decedent and the person is alive, you still need to know some facts of the case, some sort of history of the case, like what happened. So just numbers on a page, you can just make very generalized types of opinions, such as that looks to be therapeutic, it looks to be high, it looks to be low, and then again, just the general effects on the drugs on people.
And in this particular instance, you were not provided any further information about the case or the investigation in order to make any more opinions about effects.
I knew nothing about this case until we spoke, I think it was probably a few weeks ago.
And as far as the information available to you, you only had the data from the specimen that was tested, correct?
That is correct. Just these 4 drugs that were requested to be tested for.
And as far as the drugs, the 4 drugs that were tested by your lab, what are the general characteristics of some of those drugs?
So these are generally antidepressants and antipsychotic medications. So if somebody had, the lamotrigine, if somebody has, say, bipolar disorder, like wild mood swings, depressive episodes or psychotic episodes, these drugs could be prescribed. They also have depressant effects, so they could make people become, lethargic or sleepy.
Okay. And would any of the combination of these drugs cause a person to stop breathing?
It's possible, especially the mirtazapine, quetiapine, the trazodone, and then the 2 other benzodiazepines. Those are all central nervous system depressants, so they could, in large combinations or large concentrations and in combination with each other, cause central nervous system depression, which could reduce people's respiration rates.
But in the levels that you observed in the testing that your lab did, as well as what I just showed you from Exhibit 183, is there anything about those concentration levels that would give you a sense that the person could have stopped breathing as a result of these?
Not necessarily, but if I had the information that, a patient presented to an emergency department and they had labored breathing and weren't breathing adequately, and I had this information, then you could probably tie all that together. But without that extra information, then generally no.
Based on the levels alone, you can't give any sort of opinion.
I would like to not.
Okay. And finally, are you familiar with the drug Narcan?
I am.
And what kind of effect does the drug Narcan have on a person who has consumed these drugs, if any?
Just these drugs that we've talked about here today?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Absolutely nothing.
Can you explain to us why it is that Narcan wouldn't have an effect?
Narcan is an opioid overdose reversal agent. It is an opioid antagonist. So it binds to the opioid receptors. So it doesn't allow other opioids like, say, fentanyl or oxycodone to bind to those receptors to have to exert its effects. So it only works on opioids. None of these drugs work on the opioid receptors, so Narcan would have no effect whatsoever on these drugs.
Okay, thank you.
Attorney Reddington.
Good morning.
Dr. Brower, so one of the things that you had mentioned is that you, and I think I would quote you, I would like not to give an opinion without basically the underlying facts. In other words, what you're saying is that the numbers alone do not tell the tale of what happened to a particular individual, right?
Correct. They don't tell the entire story.
Right. And you're, for NMS Laboratory, you were retained or working for the DA's office, these people here, right?
That was the submitting agency, correct.
And they certainly were not constrained from picking up the phone and calling you and telling you that this is blood from a woman that threw herself out a window and tried to kill herself after cutting her wrists and her neck. They could have told you that, right? Well, overruled.
It's possible that does happen in rare occasions in high-profile cases.
Right. And so that would have been something, for example, the facts that you wanted to know, that you would have liked to have known to kind of round out your opinion about the actual level of the drugs in the blood that you examined, right?
It's not necessary.
Well, it's not necessary, but you did indicate that you would like to not give an opinion without the facts.
Correct.
Okay.
Today.
From the witness stand.
Correct. I don't have all the information.
Of course. And the word therapeutic, is that consistent with, in other words, the treatment level of a particular narcotic or drug in the blood?
Correct. It's the concentration of the drug in the body to elicit an effect or the desired effect.
Which one?
She's trying to find the record. As it relates to the therapeutic level, sir, is it your understanding that the lorazepam, Perezepam, clonazepam, the counsel had asked you about the benzodiazepines were within therapeutic, thank you, within therapeutic level?
I'm sorry, I had trouble hearing you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. They were within therapeutic level?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the entire question?
Sure.
What is lamotrigine?
Lamotrigine is typically used as an anti-seizure medication and could also be used for bipolar disorder.
Okay. Do you have the results for your lab in front of you?
Yes, sir.
Toxicology? Yeah, you can read along just so you can refresh your memory if it helps. The lamotrigine, it says 6.1. What does that mean?
6.1 micrograms per milliliter. So there were 6.1 micrograms of lamotrigine per milliliter of blood.
All right. Is that above therapeutic, below therapeutic, or therapeutic?
It's right in the middle of the therapeutic range.
So if somebody had a prescription, for example, for that narcotic or that drug, then they were taking the drug according to the recommended dose, right?
And that's what it would appear to me if they were prescribed it, correct?
How about the mirtazapine?
The mirtazapine also looks to be probably used appropriately as prescribed.
And you need a prescription for that, don't you?
Yes, you need a prescription for all four of these drugs.
Okay. And what is there another name for mirtazapine?
Remeron.
Remeron. All right. And what is the purpose, and what do you use Remeron for?
It's an antidepressant.
How about the Quetiapine is the number 3?
The Quetiapine is also known as Seroquel, and that is generally used as an antipsychotic.
And what does that mean when you say an antipsychotic? What does that mean?
So if somebody has psychotic episodes, say like hallucinations or just not seeing reality like quote normal person would, they could be prescribed Quetiapine as an antipsychotic to try to kind of level out their brain chemistry.
And what was the result on the Quetiapine?
1,800 nanograms per milliliter.
Now, is that within therapeutic? Is that below or high?
It looks high to me, depending upon the dosage.
Okay. And trazodone is the next one. What is that?
Trazodone is also an antidepressant.
And what's the result on that?
Oh, I'm sorry. 0.44 micrograms per milliliter.
Okay. And is that therapeutic, below therapeutic, or above therapeutic?
I would say that's a therapeutic concentration.
Okay, so basically, with the exception of the quetiapine that was 1,800 nanograms per, what is a nanogram? What does that mean? Nanograms per milliliter. What does that mean?
It's a very, very small amount. It's 1/1,000,000th of a milligram.
Okay, and that's how you measure the quantity of a particular substance that would be in a person's blood, correct?
In the blood, correct.
So on the quetiapine at 1,800 nanograms per milliliter, that's the only one that was not therapeutic. That was a little higher than therapeutic. Is that correct?
Correct. It's approximately maybe double what you might expect. So it's, when I say it's a little elevated, it's not in a concentration that I would consider to be necessarily toxic or lethal.
Okay. And you don't know, working for NMS labs, or whether or not a person had a prescription for these drugs, or when they got the prescription, or who gave them the prescription. You don't know that, right?
I have none of that information, no.
You could have known that if somebody had told you that, but you don't know it from looking at the numbers that we have here, right?
Correct. It's possible if they would have given us that information. We don't always need to have it, though.
All right, this is what I
Can I just see it again first?
Oh, sure.
If we can just approach briefly on the issue.
Yeah.
I will mute and keep an eye if you would like to.
Yeah, so I found that just a little bit interesting with the everyone was within therapeutic range, and then the Seroquel was a little bit high. I'm hoping he'll ask the question, you know, they're all therapeutic levels, but combined, what could that do? And as he was talking, I did go to just look up what too much Seroquel could do to somebody, and it said brain issues, other things. If you're having an emergency call, I'm like, no AI, no emergency. But I asked what other brain things, an overdose or too much Seroquel can impact the brain primarily by severely depressing the central nervous systems and disrupting the chemical messengers. A massive dose essentially forces the brain basal functions to stall. So that's not where she was. It was just slightly above, but it goes on to say delirium, agitation, anti-cholinergic syndrome, whatever that the drug blocks, leading to a specific brain state characterized by confusion, severe memory blanking, dilated pupils, and erratic behavior. Temperature deregulation, maybe that's why she had, they said she had frostbite so fast, because maybe the Seroquel was a little too high. Involuntary movement disorder, neurologic malignant syndrome, and NMS. So who knows if just having a little, just being a little high would have some of that, but it seems like, you know, these drugs change people's brain chemistries, and it's not just one drug, it's, she had so many. And I saw someone in the chat saying that there's no protocol, and so many women suffer from this, and I completely agree. There's got to be this. That's the one thing I think that can come from this trial, is the acknowledgement. There you go, the one out. Yeah, so acknowledgement by regular old people watching streams, watching it on TV, and the medical field and stuff, and the legal field. I will tell you, it's always the last field really to catch up with science, technology, and all of that stuff. We're always way behind, way behind. So, but I did find that interesting. I don't know if anybody else found that interesting. I mean, that's a huge cocktail of drugs. And all my kids had ADHD or whatever, and we were lucky. We got them on one or two, and they were fine. But I knew other kids that would start one and start another one, and And it was almost like they were like lab rats, throw an
Yeah.
antidepressant, see if
Yep.
it works, and same as
Yes.
when you become an adult, they do the exact same thing. I just remember this one boy, I was like, said to his mother, I'm like, okay, you're turning him into a lab rat. Sometimes I speak my mind. I don't think that she would get
Yes.
mad at me, but I was really concerned because he was bouncing off the walls one day. The next day he was like exhausted. But I do think sometimes people are treated like lab rats, but it's hard. It's hard to know when there is no protocol, like somebody said.
Introduce that exhibit at this time.
Thank you. So just if I may, Susan, approach, which basically is an NMS lab report.
Same as this one.
Same numbers on the top, right? Where the square is?
Correct.
Same numbers. Okay.
Correct.
Thank you, sir. That's all I have.
All right. Yeah, Commonwealth?
Just, Dr. Brower, you in fact, once got this case for review, you authored a corrected report in regards to this case, correct?
Correct.
At this point, I would move to admit the report. As
All right, that may be admitted as well.
nothing further.
I have nothing further. Thank you, sir.
All right. All right, thank you, Doctor.
Am I released?
You're all set. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, prior to the next witness, the Commonwealth would move to submit 4 stipulations the parties have entered into. The first being a stipulation regarding DNA known standard samples. The second being a stipulation regarding DNA evidence for the blue exercise band and the red-brown stain on the basement floor. The third being the stipulation regarding DNA evidence for the yellow exercise band and the black exercise band. And the fourth being the stipulation regarding DNA comparisons for the blue exercise band and the red-brown stain in the basement.
That's right. We don't need to have all those witnesses.
All right, so those stipulations may be entered as exhibits. Counsel, do you want those published or read to the jury, or satisfied that they'll have those? And the parties can refer to the contents of the stipulations.
The only one we would like to have registered jury, I'm sorry, are you all set?
That's on me. I kind of jumped in there. I'm sorry.
Exhibits 208 through 211. Would be the exhibit 211, the stipulation regarding the comparisons for the blue band and the red-brown stain.
Yeah, if she wants you to read it, I don't have a problem.
Yeah.
I think it was defense that wanted you to read it. I'm fine.
Well, you know what? I want to read it. All right, so that's what we'll do. All right, so members of the jury, remember, I think it was yesterday or the day before, I talked a little bit about those stipulations. So the same instructions. All right, these are facts that we're going to read that the parties have agreed to, that you can rely on in arriving at your verdict at the end of this case. This is one of 4 that was just introduced. You'll have all 4 of them with you back in the jury room when you're deliberating. But so let me just read this one stipulation. This doesn't mean this stipulation is any more important than any of the other ones, but the parties would like me to just read this one here. All right, so this is a stipulation regarding the DNA comparisons for the blue exercise band and the red-brown stain. It was marked A. Now, in the above captioned matter, the parties agree to the following facts as it pertains to the DNA comparisons for the blue exercise band and the red-brown stain A in the basement. Number 1, forensic scientist Emily Oliver reviewed and interpreted the data relating to the question items, parentheses, item 2-4, blue exercise band, and item 3-3, the red-brown stain A from the basement floor, close parentheses, and conducted comparison analysis to the known standards in this case. Number 2, the parties agreed to the following conclusions regarding comparison analysis of these items. A, item 2-4.1.1, sample from the ends of the blue exercise band. The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors. There are 5 individuals who have a likelihood ratio that indicates an inclusion in the profile. They are Dawson Clancy, Callan Clancy, Cora Clancy, Lindsay Clancy, and Patrick Clancy. B, item 2-4.2.1, sample from the middle of the blue exercise band. The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors. Callan Clancy is included as a major contributor. And C, item 3-3.1, sample of swabs from the red-brown stain A on the basement floor. The DNA profile was interpreted as originating from a single contributor. Cora Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. So that's the stipulation that the parties have agreed to. All right.
And one last stipulation to be marked as the next exhibit, the stipulation regarding the batch work done at NMS Labs. We're not asking that this be read at this
Okay.
time.
All right.
The Commonwealth would call Katerina Stashin.
Good morning, ma'am. You stop right there, raise your right hand for the clerk, please.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury and the matter now having between the Commonwealth and the defendant shall be the truth and whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. You may have a seat, ma'am.
Watch your step, please.
Thank you. Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
All right. Yeah, Attorney Sprague, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Good morning. My name is Katerina Stashin. My first name is spelled Katarina. Last name is spelled Stashyn.
And can you describe for us your educational background?
I have a bachelor's and master's degree in biotechnology from the University of Nevada, Reno.
And what is your occupation?
I'm currently employed by the Washoe County Sheriff's Office Forensic Science Division, which is located in Reno, Nevada. I'm a criminalist in the biology and forensic investigation sections.
Back in January of 2023, where were you working?
I previously worked for the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory as a forensic scientist in the DNA unit, which is functionally the same role that I currently have in the biology section.
And
I'm sorry. We agreed to the DNA. I'm just letting you know that.
Okay. All right.
And I'm just
Attorney Sprague?
giving that evidence to the jury.
Go ahead.
So when did you start working for the state police?
I worked for the Massachusetts State Police from June 2021 to February of 2025.
And what was the nature of your work for the lab at that time?
As a DNA analyst, I processed evidence items obtained either from a crime scene or from an individual associated with a criminal investigation. These items of evidence would be processed through the laboratory. I then would perform interpretations, comparisons as needed, write reports. I also could perform administrative reviews of other analysts' work and provide expert witness testimony as needed.
And part of your employment at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, did you take competency tests and proficiency tests to guarantee that you were capable and proficient in the areas you were working?
Yes, I took both competency tests after my training and proficiency tests throughout my career at Massachusetts and at my current role.
And have you passed all of those tests?
Yes, I have passed all competency and proficiency tests that I've taken so far in my career.
Can you tell us what is DNA?
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid, and this is genetic information that is stored in our cells. This is information that makes us who we are, determines how we develop and grow. A person's DNA is inherited approximately half from their mom and half from their dad. DNA is forensically relevant because it is expected that no two individuals will have the same forensic DNA profile.
And is DNA the same in every single cell in a person's body?
Yes, the DNA profile obtained from different cells, different cell types like a blood cell or from a saliva cell or cell in your saliva would have the same DNA profile, barring your mutation.
And can you explain generally the process used to analyze evidence, in this case, the testing involving the defendant, Lindsay Clancy?
The items tested in this case and in all cases will go through a 4-step laboratory process of extraction, quantification, amplification, and detection. And then profiles developed from that laboratory process will be interpreted and compared.
Can you just briefly explain what is extraction and how it's done?
Extraction is the first step of that laboratory process that involves applying a variation of heat and chemicals to a sample. This breaks open cells that are present and releases the DNA and then isolates that DNA.
And was the next step quantification?
Yes.
And what is that and how do you do that?
Quantification is the second step when we determine a reliable estimate for the amount of DNA in those samples that were extracted. And those values are then used to optimize the rest of the process with the goal to obtain a quality profile for that sample.
And the third step, amplification, can you explain that?
Amplification is when we make millions and millions of copies of certain areas of DNA to make it able to be detected and visualized.
And then detection, what is that?
And then the fourth step is separation or detection. This is where we separate out all those millions and millions of copies that we made to make them visual. This produces a DNA profile that an analyst is then able to review and interpret.
And when you worked at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, were there certain standardized protocols and procedures that you used at that lab?
Yes.
And were there controls used in your testing?
Yes.
What does that mean?
So there are 2 different types of controls that were used in our testing. The first is a positive control. This is a sample that contains a known DNA profile, and it is processed alongside evidence samples. So when that known DNA profile is obtained at the end of the process, it confirms that the process is working appropriately. The second type of control is a negative control, and this is a sample that contains no DNA that is also processed alongside evidence samples. And this is able to monitor any contamination and confirm that clean technique is used during testing.
And does your work undergo a review process at the lab, or did it?
Yes, all work goes through 2 stages of review, technical review and administrative review. Technical review is when another qualified analyst reviews all of the work done in the file and in the report. They confirm that all protocols were followed and that correct conclusions were drawn. And then administrative review is when another analyst reviews that file, all of the documentation and the report for overall clerical accuracy and completeness.
And when you worked on lab number 23-01723, evidence involved in the deaths of Cora Clancy, Dawson Clancy, and Callan Clancy, did you follow the standardized protocols and procedures?
Yes.
Were there any issues with the controls that were present when you did this testing?
All controls were acceptable per the laboratory protocols.
And did your work undergo and pass that review process you just described?
Yes, all work went through both technical and administrative review.
And if we could talk specifically about the work that you did in this case, first, I'd like you to talk about your work done on the yellow exercise band and the black exercise band. Now, you didn't actually handle those items, correct?
I did a portion of the laboratory work for those samples, but I did not handle the actual bands themselves. I handled swabs of those bands.
So at some point in time in the lab, someone took swabs from those bands, and then that was forwarded to the DNA unit, the swabs?
Yes.
Okay. And specifically, there was item 2-2.1.1, swabs from the ends of the yellow exercise band, and item 2-2.2.1, swabs from the middle of the yellow exercise band, correct?
Could I refer to my report to confirm that?
Any objection?
Thank you. Yes.
And when doing your comparison work, did you also use some DNA profiles that had been generated in the lab for Dawson Clancy, Cora Clancy, Callan Clancy, Patrick Clancy, and Lindsay Clancy.
Yes, I utilized known standards that were developed from those individuals.
And known standards, are those basically the DNA profiles for each of those individuals?
Yes, known standards are samples collected directly from a known individual for comparison purposes.
And going to item 2-2.1.1, the swabs from the ends of the yellow exercise band, what were your findings?
So I'm going to start with a general statement for this report as a whole. The presence of multiple first-degree relatives in a mixture DNA profile can impact overall interpretation, including the determination of the number of contributors and likelihood ratios. Relatedness was considered for the following results. For item 2-2.1.1, sample from ends of yellow exercise band located in basement office, 47 Summer Street. The DNA profile is a mixture, including male DNA. Due to the possible relatedness of low-level contributors to this profile, an alternate number of contributors was considered. First, assuming 2 contributors. The DNA profile is a mixture of at least 2 contributors, including male DNA. Contributors 1 and 2 are suitable for comparison. The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 2 contributors. The DNA profile from this item is at least 1.7 non-million times more likely if it originated from Dawson Clancy and an unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown unrelated individuals. This provides support that Dawson Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. Cora Clancy, Callan Clancy, Patrick Clancy, and Lindsay Clancy are excluded from this DNA profile. Assuming 3 contributors. The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors. Contributor 1 is suitable for comparison. Due to limited information and possible relatedness of contributors, contributors 2 and 3 are not suitable for comparison. The DNA profile from this item is at least 920 octillion times more likely if it originated from Dawson Clancy and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals. This provides support that Dawson Clancy is included to this DNA profile. Cora Clancy, Callan Clancy, Patrick Clancy, and Lindsay Clancy are excluded from contributor 1 of this DNA profile.
I'm going to ask you a few questions about what you've just told us. You mentioned the effect of relatedness. What does that mean?
So as I mentioned, an individual's DNA is inherited approximately 1/2 from their mom and 1/2 from their dad. So this means that there's a lot of DNA shared between relatives, including between parent and children and between siblings. So this can affect the determination of the number of contributors. So when I review the profile to see how many people are in that profile, because there's so much DNA that is shared. So taking that into account, I did 2 different interpretations, first assuming 2 contributors and the second assuming 3 contributors, again, just due to the complexity of relatedness and its effect on this profile, especially low-level contributors.
And would it be correct to state that when there is this level of relatedness where you have 2 parents and 3 siblings, that you can have false exclusions?
If there is an underassignment of the number of contributors, meaning that the number of contributors is incorrectly assigned lower than it actually is, which is a possibility with relatedness because you're working with less information because that information is shared, the underassigning could lead to false exclusions of true contributors.
Could you also miss some people to include?
Due to the effects of relatedness, it could be difficult to determine number of contributors simply because so much information is shared. Therefore, it is more complex when assigning this number.
And for item 2-2.1.1, the ends of the yellow exercise band, whether you considered 2 contributors or 3 contributors, both of your findings find that Dawson Clancy was a contributor, a potential contributor.
Both propositions, either 2 contributors or 3 contributors, had high inclusionary stats for Dawson Clancy, correct?
What's a nonillion?
Nonillion is a very large number.
Do you know how many people are on Earth?
I know it's.
This is typical DNA gobbledygook at this point, Judge. I object.
Well, I object to his objection.
That's
Ridiculous.
overruled.
Yeah,
Go
but
ahead.
they're going to talk
You can
about
ask.
non-millions and how many.
Counsel, can I see you over at sidebar?
Okay. Well, gobbledygook, I don't think is a great word to use in court, but I get what he was saying. And there was just an objection to your objection. Yes, yes, there was. Yeah, that is crazy. But I get what he's saying. I mean, they right before she went into all of this, the judge read in all of that, all the DA, all the stipulations, and all this lady is really doing is telling him how they do the tests. Well, who cares? It's not a chain of custody issue, anything like that. They stipulated to it. The only thing I can see why they're doing this is because she's an idiot, and I know that's not nice. Or two, it would really help the defense if there is a conviction and they need to.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Record if anything was out of the ordinary.
1.7 nonillion. Is that more than there are people on the Earth?
That is more individuals that are on the Earth, but I would like to clarify that a likelihood ratio is not a random match probability or a rarity of that profile. A likelihood ratio is a ratio that describes the probability of observing the DNA profile if a certain person is included versus the probability of observing that DNA profile if a certain person is excluded or if it is another unknown, unrelated individual.
And you said nonillion is a very high number, correct?
Yes, that's a very large number in my opinion.
So it's a very large probability that Dawson Clancy is a contributor to that mixture.
It is a large likelihood ratio that provides support for the inclusion of Dawson Clancy to the profile.
And then going to item 2-2.2.1, the swabs from the middle of the exercise band, what were your findings for that?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of two contributors, including male DNA. The DNA profile from this item is at least 1.5 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Dawson Clancy and an unknown individual than if it originated from two unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support that Dawson Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. The DNA profile from this item is at least 3.6 million times more likely if it originated from Callan Clancy and an unknown individual than if it originated from two unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support that Callan Clancy is included as a contributor to this profile. The DNA profile from this item is at least 1.4 billion times more likely if it originated from Patrick Clancy and an unknown individual than if it originated from two unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support that Patrick Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. Cora Clancy and Lindsay Clancy are excluded from this DNA profile. The mixture DNA profile from this item is consistent with having originated from two individuals. There are three individuals who have a likelihood ratio that indicates an inclusion. Though there is support for the individual inclusions of Dawson Clancy, Callan Clancy, and Patrick Clancy to the mixture DNA profile, under the stated assumptions, these individuals cannot be present in the mixture together, assuming 1, 2 contributors, and 2, Dawson Clancy is one of the contributors, Callan Clancy and Patrick Clancy cannot be present in the mixture together. Support for inclusion may be impacted by mixtures which contain relative, especially first-degree relatives. Refer to the independent inclusionary statistics above.
So this swab from the middle of the yellow exercise band, you stated was a mixture of two contributors, two people, correct?
Yes, I determined using my training and experience that the profile was a mixture of two contributors.
And then you had 3 possible contributors, Dawson, Callan, and Patrick, for the 2-person mixture. So is it accurate that that relatedness issue was having an effect on those, on that data or that result?
Yes, relatedness of potential contributors was having an effect on this profile, and that is because so much DNA is shared between potential contributors.
And what you stated at the end, that if Dawson Clancy is one of the contributors, then Callan Clancy and Patrick Clancy cannot be present together in that mixture, correct?
Correct.
And Dawson Clancy was the one who had the 1.5 nonillion times more likely if it originated from him, correct?
Yes, the likelihood ratio for Dawson was 1.5 nonillion.
And would it be accurate to state that with male relatives, they share the same YSTR profile?
Yes, male relatives will share the same YSTR profile, barring rare mutation, but YSTR analysis was not done in this case.
Okay. And does that fact, when you have male relatives, does that affect the relatedness complications of your evaluation?
The fact that they're male doesn't necessarily have an effect, but just in general, relatedness has an effect in this case because so much DNA is shared between potential contributors.
And then going to item 2-3.1.1, the swabs from the ends of the black exercise band, you found that that sample was a mixture but wasn't suitable for comparison, correct?
Correct.
And what does it mean to be not suitable for comparison?
I'll read the statement in the report and then I'll clarify as needed. The DNA profile is a mixture, including male DNA, and is not suitable for comparison due to the complexity of the profile, the possibility of at least 5 contributors, and the relatedness of potential contributors.
So was it not suitable for comparison because there were so many potential contributors and many of them who were related?
Yes, there was multiple factors that made this profile not suitable. Relatedness was definitely one of those factors, and per laboratory protocols and validation, if there is any indication of a 5th contributor or more, a profile is not suitable for comparison due to limitations of our technology and software used.
Okay. So basically, if you're examining a profile and it looks like there's 5 or more, your work stops because of the limitations of your equipment.
Correct.
And then going to item 2-3.2.1, the swabs from the middle of the exercise band, what were your findings there?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, including male DNA. The DNA profile from this item is at least 870 trillion times more likely if it originated from Dawson Clancy and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals. This provides support that Dawson Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. The DNA profile from this item is at least 1.6 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Cora Clancy and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals. This provides support that Cora Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. The DNA profile from this item is at least 2,600 times more likely if it originated from Callan Clancy and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals. This provides support that Callan Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. The DNA profile from this item is at least 220,000 times more likely if it originated from Patrick Clancy and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals. This provides support that Patrick Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. The DNA profile from this item is at least 11 times more likely if it originated from Lindsay Clancy and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals. This provides limited support that Lindsay Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. The Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab DNA unit validation studies showed inclusions for known non-contributors in the likelihood ratio range of at least 2 to 1,000 adventitious support could be attributed to this conclusion. The mixture DNA profile from this item is consistent with having originated from 3 individuals. There are 5 individuals who have a likelihood ratio that indicate an inclusion. Though there is support for the individual inclusions of Dawson Clancy, Cora Clancy, Callan Clancy, Patrick Clancy, and Lindsay Clancy to the mixture DNA profile, under the stated assumptions, these individuals cannot be present in the mixture together. Assuming 1, 3 contributors, and 2, Cora Clancy is one of the contributors, Dawson Clancy, Callan Clancy, Patrick Clancy, and Lindsay Clancy cannot be present in the mixture together. Support for inclusion may be impacted by mixtures which contain relatives, especially first-degree relatives. Refer to the independent inclusionary statistics above.
And so again here, you're dealing with the effect of the relatedness of the parties, correct?
Correct. Relatedness is having an effect on potential contributors, again, to this profile. I'd just like to say that likelihood ratios are calculated independently for each person. They are not to show a likelihood ratio for more than one person or multiple people together in a profile. And again, because so much DNA is shared between potential contributors, that is why we're seeing some of the things we're seeing in this report.
And for this item, the middle of the black exercise band, the highest number of possible inclusion was the 1.6 million times more likely if it originated from Cora Clancy and 2 unknown individuals, correct?
Yes, the highest statistic for this item was a likelihood ratio of 1.69 million for Cora Clancy.
And based on your analysis of the data that you had, you determined it was a mixture of 3 contributors, correct?
Correct.
And so when you have the 3 contributors and Cora Clancy has the highest likelihood of being a contributor, if you include her in the mixture, the other 4 members of the family are excluded, correct?
Assuming 1, 3 contributors, and 2, Cora Clancy is one of the contributors, Dawson Clancy, Callan Clancy, Patrick Clancy, and Lindsay Clancy cannot be present in the mixture together. Again, those statistics are all calculated independently and don't say anything about those people being in the mixture together.
And moving on to some other work you did in this case, specifically some swabs from the back side of the house, some shingles on 47 Summer Street in Duxbury, items 14-1, 14-2, and 14-3. Did you do work on those samples as well and compare them to the known profiles of Dawson Clancy, Cora Clancy, Callan Clancy, Patrick Clancy, and Lindsay Clancy?
Your Honor, may I refer to my second report for these items? Thank you. Yes, I did work on those items in my second report.
And directing your attention to item 14-1, a swab from stain B on the backside of the house, 47 Summer Street. What were your findings regarding that swab?
The female DNA profile was interpreted as originating from a single contributor. The DNA profile from this item is at least 18 octillion times more likely if it originated from Lindsay Clancy than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. This provides support that Lindsay Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. Dawson Clancy, Cora Clancy, Callan Clancy, and Patrick Clancy are excluded from this DNA profile.
And so unlike the samples and profiles we talked about earlier, this sample 14-1, the swab from stain B, wasn't a mixture, correct? It was just one person's DNA?
Correct. This was a single contributor profile.
And your findings was that Lindsay Clancy is at least 18 octillion times more likely if it originated from Lindsay Clancy than an unknown, unrelated individual.
The DNA profile from this item is at least 18 octillion times more likely if it originated from Lindsay Clancy than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. This provides support that Lindsay Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile.
And so it's support that she's included as a contributor to this profile of one person, correct?
Yes, there is support with a likelihood ratio of 18 octillion for Lindsay Clancy.
And the other members of the family were excluded, correct?
Correct.
And then item 14-2, the swab from stain C on the backside of the house, 47 Summer Street. That profile was a mixture and not suitable for comparison, correct?
Correct. The DNA profile is a mixture and is not suitable for comparison due to the quality of the profile.
And what does it mean when something's not suitable due to the quality of the profile?
This was a low-level profile with not enough information to be interpreted.
Do you have to have a certain level of information in the data to make findings based on your protocols and procedures at the lab?
Yes, there are protocols and procedures that determine how we can determine our number of contributors, and therefore, if there's not enough information, a profile is not suitable for interpretation or comparisons.
And then item 14-3, the swab from stain D on the back of the home, 47 Summer Street. What were your findings for that swab?
The female DNA profile was interpreted as originating from a single contributor. The DNA profile from this item is at least 96 trillion times more likely if it originated from Lindsay Clancy than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. This provides support that Lindsay Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. Dawson Clancy, Cora Clancy, Callan Clancy, and Patrick Clancy are excluded from this DNA profile.
And again, this is a single contributor, so the DNA profile of one person was found on the swab, correct?
Correct.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Reddington? All right. Thank you, Ms. Stepdown. Thank you.
Thank you.
The Commonwealth would call Elaine Rossi as its next witness.
Good morning. Please stop right there. Raise your right hand to the clerk, please.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the council what kind of evidence
Stop right there, please.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey. All right. Counsel.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
My first name is Elaine Rossi,
Can you spell your last name for the record?
Rossi.
And what city or town do you live in?
I live in Kingston.
What do you do for work?
I'm a nanny
How long have you been a nanny?
for about 15 years now.
In July of 2022, did you become familiar with the Clancy family?
I did.
And how did you become involved with their family?
I answered a Facebook advertisement seeking a part-time nanny position.
And who posted that advertisement?
Lindsay did.
And did she respond to your message?
I responded to her message.
Right. And so you said you were interested, right?
I did.
And then did she respond to you?
She did.
So did you have then communication back and forth with her about possibly taking on a nannying position for their family?
Yes, we did.
That was on July 22nd of 2022 that that initial back and forth occurred, correct?
Correct.
And as a result of your initial communication with her, did you end up setting up a time to come meet their family?
We did.
And how did that happen? Where did you meet them?
I met at their residence in the backyard of their home.
And that would be 47 Summer Street in Duxbury?
Correct.
And when you went to their home, were you able to meet the children?
Yes.
And how many children were there?
3.
And who were they?
Cora, Dawson, and Callan.
And present at that meeting that you had in their backyard were also Patrick and Lindsay Clancy?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of kind of meeting at their home in the backyard?
It was to get familiar with the kids, just for an introductory meeting. I got to hold Callan and play with Cora and Dawson a little bit and talk to Lindsay and Patrick.
And so at that time, Cora was 4, right?
Yes.
And Dawson was 3.
Yes.
And Callan was an infant.
Yes.
Now, as a result of your kind of interview or interaction with them, what eventually happened with your relationship with the Clancys? Did you become their nanny?
I did.
And did you communicate with Lindsay about what the expectations of the job were going to be?
I did.
So what was your role or your expectations of the role?
My role was to take care of Callan when she went back to work.
Okay. And did you know when that was expected to happen?
I believe right around Thanksgiving.
And did you start working for them prior to that? Prior to November?
Yes, I did. I started first week in September of 2022.
And so while the original terms were for you to primarily watch Callan, did you take on a slightly different role in between September and November?
I did.
And so what were the responsibilities, or what did the Clancys ask you to do for the family during the time of September through essentially when you stopped working for them?
It was to get to know the family, to get to know how they worked as a family, to get to know their schedule, and essentially mostly to take care of Callan. Occasionally, Cora and Dawson would be home and I would interact with them as well.
So going into it, you knew that you would sometimes be spending time with Cora and Dawson.
Yes.
But to your understanding, were they at the home all the time?
No, they were at school.
And other than caring for Callan, did you agree to take on some other responsibilities in the household?
I did.
And what were those responsibilities?
It was food prep, light housekeeping, laundry, things like that.
Was that something that you offered to do as part of your services, or were you asked to do it?
I offered initially. I said those were things I did as a nanny for previous families.
And what was your expected schedule going to be for the Clancys?
It was 3 days a week. I believe it was 8:30 a.m. to 1:30 p.m.
And was the 3 days a set schedule, or was the expectation that it might change?
Initially it was set and then it changed.
As far as your original expectation, fair to say, you were originally asked to do Monday, Tuesdays, and Thursdays?
Correct.
And then as you started working for them, you were asked to kind of adjust some of the days?
Yes.
And was that something that you could do?
If I could, I would.
And how about the time? You said from 8:30 to 1:30. Were the times flexible too?
Yeah, sometimes it was 9 to 1:30. That was about the only difference.
Okay.
It was about a half hour.
And how would you communicate with Lindsay?
So we communicated via text a lot. Lindsay also had a notebook in her kitchen that we communicate. She would leave notes for me for the activities or the instructions for me for the day.
And you said the week of Labor Day. That was your first week with the Clancy family, right? And primarily during that week, did you care for Callan?
Yes, I did.
Did they come to call you something particular as far as like a nickname?
They called me Lainey.
And that was something the kids called you as well as Patrick and
Yes.
Lindsay? So I'm going to just show you what's been marked as Exhibit 150.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
If you want to just take a quick look inside of it. You can flip through the pages if that's helpful.
Okay.
Does the handwriting in that notebook look familiar to you?
It does.
And fair to say there's two different handwritings, right? Did you come to know one of the handwritings as Lindsay's handwriting?
I thought all of it was Lindsay's.
Okay, but as far as the second set of handwriting, do you recognize?
Oh, it's mine.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. And so is this the notebook that you would kind of communicate with her back and forth about Callan and his schedule?
It is.
And fair to say she left you pretty detailed instructions
She did.
on his care.
Yes, she did.
And you were aware that she was very particular about sleep and food and keeping on a schedule, right?
Yes.
And so that's the purpose of this notebook.
Yes.
When you would come to the household in the morning, would you often interact with Lindsay prior to taking care of taking the baby?
Sometimes if she was there, I would interact with her. Some mornings she wasn't there.
If she wasn't there, was Patrick home?
Yes.
And did you know where she was when she wasn't there?
Sometimes she'd leave in the notebook that she was in the basement working out. Sometimes she'd drop the kids off to school.
And would you often see her throughout the day when you were there from your 9 to 1 shift?
Yes.
But there would be times when you would see her come back to the home?
Yes.
And in those times when she left, sometimes she had the other 2 children with her, correct?
Correct.
And sometimes she did not.
No.
At times, were you left with all 3 children?
I think on one occasion I was.
And would you get there before or after Cora and Dawson would be off to school usually?
Most times I would be pulling in the driveway and they would be waiting to say goodbye to me or hello to me.
And you're aware that they did not have school on Tuesdays, right? Were you aware?
I don't remember, sorry.
Okay. When you started working for the Clancy family, was there conversation with Lindsay about Callan not taking a bottle?
I don't remember that.
Did you often feed him a bottle when you were caring for him?
I did.
And do you recall at one point that you actually videoed Callan taking a bottle and sent it to Lindsay?
Oh, yes, I did. Yes.
And that would have been on September 9th, correct?
Yes.
At this point, Your Honor, I'd like to just play a short video.
Really, I object. I don't have let the jury see the video. Can I see?
So Reddington just objected. Sidebar.
Yes. Can you hear me? Just want to make sure.
Yes, I can. Okay. Yes.
So this will be interesting, I think. She's got to be so sad too, because I don't know if I had just left and then I think it happened within months that these kids passed away. What did you think of the complete unnecessary testimony of all the DNA stuff?
So I was going to ask you, when there are these stipulations in place, what kind of testimony do you usually see? My interpretation was this was a full-fledged witness testimony. What would you normally see if there's stipulations?
I think because Reddington is stipulating to yes, on the yellow band, it was so-and-so's DNA. He's not questioning chain of custody. He's not challenging the testing methods or anything. So typically I would, if I was practicing, and I think that's why he said, we've stipulated to all of this, usually you wouldn't have to go through this showing the steps of the chain of custody, how the things were tested, what the test results said, how many millions or whatever that word was. Absolutely crazy. But in fact, some of what she said ruled out Lindsay Clancy as the contributor on some of those bands. And the husband, Patrick, I think that's his name, was included. I mean, so clearly he's the one that worked out with them. And then the blood stain on the back of the house, it was Lindsay's. And all I could think of was, no shit, Sherlock. I mean, who else, so yeah, I think it was all unnecessary, and no shit, Sherlock. That is a legal term. just for all of you out there.
It's,
So I think it
blatant-
was a waste of their time and our time.
Yes. Yeah. Just a blatant ignoring. Just wanting to waste time.
And I also think it makes the judge look a little stupid or whatever, because he's reading this all in saying, okay, this is all done. And then the DA still does it. And, the judge has already said, we've stipulated, we've agreed. That's what that means, and then the DA is like, well, we really haven't agreed. I'm going to go through all this stuff. I don't know if that's how you all feel. That was kind of the feeling I was getting. I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, he is the one that removed the bans. Yes. And I did see
Yes.
some questions earlier, but I think the chat has answered it for themselves.
Okay.
Oh, but the doorknob, that interests me too. Okay.
You're on it. Ms. Rossi, is that the video that you took of Callan taking the bottle?
Yes, it was.
And fair to say you sent that video to Lindsay Clancy on September 9th of 2022?
Yes, I did.
At this point, I'd move to admit a copy of that clip as the next.
With no objection, that may be admitted.
In your care of the children, were you ever permitted to take them outside of the household, like to the park or the library or anything?
I took Callan for a walk on one occasion, and I took Cora and Dawson to a tumble fun gymnastics class.
Okay. And that would have been in October of 2022 that you took Cora and Dawson, correct? When you went to Tumble Fun, what is that?
It's a toddler, gymnastics place, indoor gymnastics place.
Did you only take Cora and Dawson, or did you also take Callan?
Just Cora and Dawson.
And why was it that you took them on this particular day?
Lindsay had mentioned to me that they had tumble fun, but they wouldn't be going because she couldn't drive.
Okay.
So I offered to take them.
Did she tell you why she couldn't drive at that time?
She didn't.
So you took them, did you drive her car or your own car?
I drove her car.
And you were able to bring them home, correct?
Correct.
Did you notice anything different when you came back to the home on that day?
I didn't.
During the course of the time in which you were at the Clancy's house, fair to say from September to early December is the time that you were there, 3 days a week?
Yes.
Did you come to find out that Lindsay was having some issues?
I did.
Did she talk to you about that?
She did.
And what did she tell you about her issues?
She shared with me that she was suffering from postpartum.
Now, when she shared this information with you, had you noticed anything different about her demeanor or her presentation around the house?
I didn't at all.
Had her trips out of the house when you were there stopped or decreased during that time period?
No.
And did she tell you that at that time that she was seeing some doctors?
She did.
What about medication? Did you have any conversations with her about her taking medication during that time period?
I think we talked about she was going to stop a medication because she was trying to stop nursing.
That she was going to stop medication or she was going to start medication?
I think she was trying to stop something because she was going to, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Take your time.
She was not going to nurse Callan anymore because she was going to be starting a new medication.
Did she ever give you any details about the medication?
She didn't.
Do you recall seeing prescription bottles around the house?
I did.
Did you ever learn from Lindsay that she had gone to the emergency room in November of 2022?
No.
How about gone to the emergency room in December of 2022?
No.
Did anything about your arrangements with coming on the 3 days, caring for Callan and sometimes Cora, did any of that ever change because of what she reported to you about having postpartum?
Only at the end of my time with them.
Okay, we'll get there in a
Okay.
second. But did you have the occasion to observe her interacting with the children?
I did.
And did you have any concerns about her interacting with the children?
None at all. She was a wonderful mom.
Did she have any further conversation with you about maybe more specific sleep or sleep issues that she had been having during the time period you were nannying for them?
She did.
And what did she tell you about that?
She told me she was having difficulty sleeping and that she was sleeping in the basement.
Now, when you would watch Callan and she would be in the basement, would you often see her in the basement?
No.
And one of the things you said that you sometimes did was do some laundry, right?
I did.
And where was the laundry in the Clancy house?
It was in the basement.
And so you'd have to go through that living room area down there where the couch was to get back to the laundry room?
Yes, it was in the back.
How about working out in the basement? Do you recall if you went down the basement stairs to the right that there'd be like a little area where there'd be weights and that kind of thing? Did you ever see her working out there?
I don't recall if I did.
Okay. As far as the medications, do you recall where you observed the medications in the house?
Yes, they were in to the right of the refrigerator, I believe in a cabinet.
And you had to go into the Clancy, Patrick and Lindsay's bedroom, right?
I did.
Fair to say Callan's crib was in there.
It was.
So do you recall ever seeing medications in the bedroom?
I didn't.
Now, you had mentioned that you knew Lindsay to be going back to work in November, correct? Were you advised or did you know that she was originally scheduled to go back in October, but then bumped it back to November?
I didn't know that.
But as you began working for them, that November date was in mind, right?
Yes.
Moving to Thanksgiving of 2022, did something change about the plan for her to go back to work?
Yes, I came in, I think it was a few days after Thanksgiving, maybe the day after Thanksgiving, and Lindsay was in the kitchen, and I had expected her to be asleep.
Why was that?
Because I thought she was working that shift, that Thanksgiving shift. And she told me that she wouldn't be going back to work.
And was there any further conversation of what the plan was for you and the family during that time period?
No, I think I mentioned if she wasn't going back to work and that if they didn't need me, if they could let me know.
Okay. And so do you recall being at the home at one point where Patrick and Lindsay left the house and came back?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that interaction?
Of course. Patrick and Lindsay went for a walk, and when they returned, I was in the living room on the floor with Callan, and they came in and told me that they would have to let me go because Lindsay would not be going back to work and the two of them would be home to care for the children.
Okay. And so did they give you anything else, any other information about why Lindsay wasn't going back to work during that meeting?
No.
Okay. And did they give you some time to kind of make other arrangements after that?
They did. I believe they gave me 2 weeks.
And during that time after Thanksgiving, did you have the occasion to see Lindsay interacting with the kids in the home?
I did.
And was anything about your observations of her different?
Nothing.
Now, the kids themselves, you had the occasion to spend some time with Cora. And how would you describe Cora?
Oh, Cora was a girly girl who loved her babies very much. She was very sweet, and she loved arts and crafts and loved playing with her Fresh Mart, which was a little children's supermarket. She was lovely.
And Dawson, how about him? How would you describe him?
Dawson was full of energy, rambunctious, funny, silly.
Did you ever have any problem watching Dawson or keeping him under control? Or
not at all. I was only with him on a handful of occasions.
Did you ever see Dawson kind of interacting with his siblings, with Cora or with Callan?
I did.
And did you see anything, or could you tell us a little bit about Dawson's interactions with them?
Cora and Dawson played well. There was one occasion in the kitchen where they were playing, and I think Cora took one of his Play-Doh, something he was playing with Play-Doh, and his reaction, he was frustrated, and he's reached out and slapped Callan.
Now, were you alone with the kids during this interaction, or was Lindsay present too?
Lindsay was, I think, in the kitchen at the same time.
Did you see her react to that when she saw that behavior?
She did.
And what was the reaction? What did she do?
She went over and removed Callan. She removed Dawson from the room and came back and consoled Callan.
And eventually, did you see her go back and kind of talk to Dawson about his behavior and address it? Okay. And was that appropriate in your opinion?
Of course, yes.
How about how you would describe Callan? How would you describe him? You spent the most time with him, correct?
I did. He was the happiest, sweetest, easiest baby. He was just a love.
Thank you. If Lindsay had told you in one of these exchanges, and again, you exchanged mostly either in this notebook or via text, right?
Correct.
If she told you about working out, do you know if she wasn't in the basement where she would go to work out?
I think it was the Kingsbury Club.
And as far as when you stopped working for them, do you remember exactly when it was? You said maybe 2 weeks after
I
Thanksgiving.
think it was December 8th or December 10th.
And in the time that you were with the Clancys in their households, caring for their kids, interacting with Patrick and Lindsay, did you ever have any concerns that the children were not safe?
No.
Thank you.
All right, Cross.
All right. I will pause it there so that we can say thank you so much to Kelli. I think you're on mute. Kelly's got to run, go get her blonde back.
Yes, gotta get my blonde on. Yeah. I wish this testimony had been a little bit more interesting and so forth. If I can, well, the vacation is still going on. If I can jump back on at any time, I definitely will. I gotta look at my schedule. I don't have it. But it's been fun
we'd
to
love to
see
have
your
you back.
face and be able to read the chat a little bit more than I usually do.
Yep.
So
Yeah,
it's been
just
great,
let me know.
guys. I definitely will. Thanks for having me.
Okay.
Bye, guys.
Have a good day. See you later. Bye.
I will. Bye-bye.
You guys, I am more than happy to stay. We're not going to get the magnificent attorney commentating from me, as you know, but I can stay. I have a hard stop at noon my time, so I'm hoping that's when they sort of wrap up lunch. But we'll see. We'll see how it goes. But I'm more than happy to stay. Yes, thank you, Kelli.
So you first met Lindsay and Patrick and the kids in, was it July of 22?
Yes.
And then you were hired, obviously, and you then took over as a nanny.
Yes,
You got a lot of years of experience as a nanny, don't you?
I do.
And this was that you wanted to kind of pick up some more hours, and that's why you fortunately reached out to the two of them and ended up taking care of those
Yes.
kids. So from July until, what was it, November after Thanksgiving, or was it early December that they had the walk, and then they came in and told you that she was going to
Early
be home?
December.
Early December. And you all left on good terms, right?
Oh, wonderful terms.
Yeah. I mean, you guys stayed in touch with each other. You texted them Christmas, things of that nature, right?
I did reach out to Lindsay to wish her a Merry Christmas.
Did she respond?
She did.
Would you agree that on March 1st, of 2023, the state police interviewed you for about a half hour or longer about your observations of the Clancy family.
Yes.
Do you recall that the trooper, were there one or two of them, if you remember?
I believe there were two.
Yeah. Do you recall the trooper asking you questions about your observations of the Clancy family with particular focus on Lindsay? They were asking you about how well you knew her, what you thought of her, what she did as far as a mother in your presence.
I'm sorry, I can't really hear you.
I apologize. They wanted to know what kind of a mother she was, right?
Yes.
And you were able to respond to that, right?
I did.
They also wanted to know any observations that you had about her use of prescription drugs, right?
Yes.
And you were forthcoming on that as well, right? They also wanted to know whether or not you observed or if she made any statements about any symptomology or symptoms that she might have been having that were causing her difficulty, right?
Yes.
Do you recall indicating to the troopers that, in your opinion, that she was a loving and a doting mother?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what that means? I mean, what did you observe about what did you observe about her as a mother interacting with her kids?
I observed a wonderful mom who loved her kids, she was very concerned with their safety. She was very concerned with Callan's eating and sleeping. She was a wonderful mother.
And the district attorney asked you questions about what apparently is Exhibit 150 in this case. And that's the book that she would write notes to you on, and then you would on occasion write notes back to her. Is that right?
Yes.
So when the district attorney asked you to identify her writing, so like also there were like photographs like that in the book as well, right?
Mhm.
You know who would draw that? Would she draw that or would you draw that?
I think I drew that.
You do that one?
Yeah, I think so.
And for example, Thursday, September 29th, it says Callan last fed time, put him down for a nap at 9:35 with a smiley face. We will be home, clean the clothes in the dryer if you get to it. And then Callan up at 10:45. And then some scribbling mark on the bottom. That's an indication of the type of notes that she would leave for you.
Correct.
Would she also leave notes for you to the effect of cutting up sweet potatoes and cutting up celery and things in 1-inch squares so that the kids could eat?
Yes, food prep, yes.
Did you find that to be overbearing or
Well, not at all.
you didn't find that to be controlling, that she was trying to exert a control over you, did you?
Not at all.
Felt that was appropriate for her to tell you about the cutting up of the vegetables and squares and things?
Yes.
She also told you during that period of time that she was unable to sleep. Isn't that right?
Correct.
Told you that lack of sleep was becoming a significant impact on her life, and that she had to see doctors and was on medication for that, right?
Correct.
Again, the troopers were questioning you and directing you on your questions or your answers. And at one point, do you recall saying to the trooper, I loved my Lindsay?
I loved my Lindsay.
Yeah.
I don't recall saying that.
Okay, did you?
Do I love Lindsay?
Yeah.
I did love Lindsay, yes.
Now, when was she sleeping in the basement? Do you remember that?
Do I know when or why?
When was she sleeping in the basement?
I honestly don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember if I suggest to you that it was around the end of November, mid-December, that she was sleeping in the basement for a period of time? If you remember.
I don't remember, I'm sorry.
Did she indicate to you why she was sleeping in the basement?
I don't think she did.
Would you agree that she was forthright with you as far as telling you what was going on in her life as far as her concentration and her inability to sleep and things of that nature?
Yes.
Sustained. Would she tell you about those problems that she was suffering?
She shared with me that she had postpartum and that she couldn't sleep.
And as a result of that, you were pretty concerned for her, weren't you?
I really don't know much about postpartum, but I would always ask her how she was feeling
Right.
or how she was doing.
And in fact, you noted that in addition to the inability to sleep, that she would speak about that she was unable to focus. Do you recall her ever saying she had difficulty focusing on things?
I don't recall her saying that to me.
How about Finn? Did you notice that she appeared to be losing significant weight?
I did, and I commented to her about that.
Okay. And you had occasion to see her as a mother playing with the children, obviously, right?
Yes.
Would the two of you stay in touch with each other by text even when she was out and you were home and they're home with the kids?
Yes.
Fair to say that you would take many, many videos of the kids and send them to Lindsay on her phone, right?
I did.
And fair to say that during that period of time from your involvement, Ms. Rossi, as a nanny, that you sent her videos of the children playing, and as we saw the baby taking a bottle and the baby eating and things of that nature, right?
I did.
Did she ever send you any videos, or did she ever respond to your emails or videos?
Yes, she responded to most of my text. She responded to.
Did she seem to be appreciative of your work?
Yes, very much so.
And in fact, she was pretty vocal about that. She thought the world of you, right?
Yes.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Redirect?
Just one question. In all that she told you about postpartum sleep and all that you observed in the house, did you ever have any conversations with her about intrusive thoughts or thoughts of harming yourself?
No.
Anything on that? No. All right, you may step down. Thank you. Thank you. Counsel, can I see you?
All right. I'm going to do another sidebar. Let me see if I can catch up to live.
Home with the kids?
Yeah.
Of playing emails or videos?
Yep, they're still at sidebar. How are we doing? How's the chat doing? I don't know what the purpose is of all of this. I kind of wonder if this, I don't know what she is trying to prove, but is it to tug at the heartstrings of the jury? What it's doing for me is it's further proving that she was a very caring, present mother. Yeah. You know, when you breastfeed a child and you introduce a bottle, you know, you hear the horror stories about children who reject the bottle, and you know, I'm sure that's why she was concerned about the baby taking a bottle that day. Showing that video, you know, I'm sure that made her feel good while she was at work, lessened her worry. But I don't know what the prosecution was trying to prove. All right, it looks like we're coming back. I see Lindsay is quite emotional. I'm not sure what happened. I think maybe they're back. Sidebar. Okay, so the baby didn't like the formula as much as her breast milk. Got it. Yep. Yeah. Donna says, I think it's clearly proven that she was a loving mom, but was clearly struggling mentally. This is the first year I have no school-aged kids. Becky, I'm kind of emotional. I can imagine. As much as I complain about getting back to school and all that is on my to-do list. I get it. I get it. Erin, it's so good to see you. Erin is spending the last week of summer with her kiddos. Love it. We sort of did the same thing this past weekend. We said, what have you not done this summer? What do you want to do? We did the water park and the cave. All right, they're coming back.
Sit this afternoon. We're going to break at this point. All right?
Okay.
And so I'm going to ask you to come back tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Remember those instructions. Don't talk about this. Don't do any research about this. Don't listen about anything. Don't talk about it with anyone. And I'm going to ask you to come back tomorrow at 9 o'clock, and we'll start with the testimony tomorrow. Okay? All right. Thank you very much.
Court, all right. Good. Please fill the notebooks, please among your chairs. This way.
Looks like they're going to break for lunch. Let's see if there's anything that put on the record. I don't know.
All right, counsel, anything else we need to talk about before tomorrow morning? All right, so this case will be in recess till tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Thank you.
Okay. All right. We're in recess until tomorrow at 9. Thank you guys so much for hanging in there. We only had a little bit without Attorney Kelly. But yeah, kind of a emotional, but maybe not as exciting day of trial, but I'm kind of glad we got a half day. Seems like it's been pretty heavy. I kind of tune out sometimes, like with these DNA experts, and yeah, it can be a little boring, I'm sure. So I will say goodbye. I have somewhere to run one of my kiddos to. I will see you probably tonight. I will tease a little bit on my channel, The Mooney Bin. We will have an exclusive interview and appearance by someone in the community that we have not heard from as of yet. So it'll be exciting. And yeah, I hope you guys will join me over there. I'm thinking like maybe, you know, my normal time, 8 p.m.-ish, something like that. So hope to see you guys tonight. Have a good day. And if I don't see you tonight, I'll see you tomorrow morning. Okay. Thank you, everybody. Thank you to the mods. Thank you.
Who can send a text message full of hot demands? Pretend he's so strong with the words he sends. The doughboy can. The doughboy can. Who can open up my box using his thick man hands? Thank me for all my gifts in front of all of his friends. The doughboy can. The doughboy can. Who can play pretend online? Tell you he's in love. Use you up and shut you out right when he's had enough. The doughboy can. The doughboy can. Apologize to him because that's just what he needs. Bow at his feet and beg, no fleshlights please. Who can tell a lie and then couple more. Paddle his way into your heart. You're just a crazy whore, the doughboy can. If the doughboy can.